Okay, good day, ladies and germs. It's been a while. I don't feel like I have that much energy today, but we're gonna persevere and keep this stream alive, keep this channel going a little bit. I've been doing some pretty heavy work on White Wolf of Loken Mountain, and that's just driving me into the ground. Haven't been too active online here because I've been trying to keep my distractions down to a dull roar. But, oh, that mod. My goodness. And it goes on. I've been working on it, I don't know, I think it's going to be about a 3-month project. It's very dialogue heavy, and I've still got another, probably a good week's worth to go before I'm getting remotely close to being finished on the so-called tidying process that I do with that. So we'll see how things go here. But in the meantime, yeah, I feel like maybe killing a few goblins or something, or unraveling a mystery or two. But mostly I thought we would check out some of the crafting features that exist in this game, in this setup of mine. Today, because we've looked at things from players like Danae, and we see people like Charn playing Skyrim and watching them do crafting operations. And so I thought I would break down some of what's going on here, how I've amalgamated some of the various crafting mods together and added my own touches, and we'll show you some of the features of what goes on in some of the crafting as it exists with Blup right now, who's pretty advanced in most of the crafting skills. And that's one of the features of the crafting is true to two of the mods, Morrowind crafting and complete Morrowind. One of the features of any of the crafting skills is the ability to advance your skills as you use them more, much like you do with any other skill in Morrowind. Now, watching Danae's stream, and she's got a beautiful ability to display the various progressions of her skills in the menus over here, which I do not have. And I've got a lot of things that she does have and I do not have, and vice versa. So you're going to see some differences between what somebody like her does and what I do as far as crafting. My stuff, all of my game is based on older material that has been put together and continues to be worked on and evolved into a more balanced overall experience as an amalgamation, a compilation, maybe even a complete overhaul, you might want to define it. Yeah, so the engines I use are going to be older than what's currently being featured and showcased in the newer work revolving around, say, Lua, scripting, and so forth. But anyway, here's how it stands now, and I should say I've got all my engines almost complete. I'm still working. I need my full wits about me because I still have to figure out my way of getting the sewing to work so that I can incorporate my edition of the dye and gem creation and removal in the course of making more high-end clothing, which is a feature I decided to add for myself. Excuse me. And it's a little bit tricky based on, again, the older kind of scripting engines that I rely on based on really the construction set. the original construction set rather than anything sexy like Morrowind script extender. So it's going to take a little bit of work, and I will show you some of what I have done, which is successful, and which I think I'll pattern it after, which is the uh, filling of bottles with liquor and stuff, which I'm in a test mode for, but which seems to work adequately for my purposes. But anyway, okay, here we go. We're going to start off with where I left off before. I've just got a bunch of silverware here. Now in Morrowind crafting, you can render silverware down to ingots, and I've got I don't remember how far this goes in the original Morrowind crafting, but I've got it so that the various ores can create ingots of one kind or another. Plus, you can also fabricate. You can fabricate a hybrid ingot, that being the steel ingot, if you have the right materials for that. So here's what the menu looks like now. So if I were to get raw iron ore, silver, gold, or adamantium ore, I could use this smelter available from Morrowind crafting, one of the characters in there. So you buy a smelter and you set it up, and you can render down the raw ores into ingots. Also, there's this other smelting where you can render scrap metal into ingots and silverware into ingots. And Skink Warrior is here today. Well, hello, hello. Tribunal is kind of meh. I know you don't like Tribunal. That's why I'm focusing mostly on the crafting aspect to begin with. But if I feel like going and killing something or whatever, I'll pop into Tribunal briefly. I went through the Dark Brotherhood yesterday and smashed them up in pretty short order. So that was kind of fun. So I got gallons and gallons of Dark Brotherhood armor waiting to be sold. But right now, yeah, so I was just talking about the crafting aspect of this game, and I thought I would highlight that for the most part today, show you some of the features that are available for that. And yeah, it's not going to be necessarily that exciting, but I kind of like it. I think, it's maybe overwhelming the game slightly to have so much crafting. It might be unbalancing the play a little bit, but you don't really have to rely on crafting. It's a nice thing to have, and it can do things like make all these boxes that I've got lined up in here, for example, and all these urns. So those come in handy, and then you can do things like poison arrows and things like that eventually as your crafting skills improve in the various categories. So I did a brief introduction. Catch the video if you want to see a repeat of all of my introduction to the crafting idea here. But I thought I'd jump right into it, and I'm starting with something that I left off with here, which is the smelting. And so we're going to go to other smelting, and we're going to render silverware into ingots. Now, with the raw ores, Drac and Toccata had a system set up where after a certain point, after you've progressed in skill level enough, rendering these down do not increase your smithing skill at all. However, I've left it that your smithing skill will go up anytime you do any of these special fabrications. So we're going to render silverware down into ingots. Scrap metal that you get in the Dwemer ruins and stuff can be rendered into iron, and then if you use iron and charcoal together, and I can't remember to what degree, but this might be an invention of my own, where you use iron and charcoal together and you make steel ingots, and then you can use that for creating steel items on your in your smithing skills, steel armors and weapons. Anyway, so, okay, we're at the point where we can increase our smithing skill by doing this. Rendering of silverware, and so we're just going to make a few silver ingots. I've got a bunch already, but I'm just passing time and using up material here. And this is generally just the cups and goblets and bowls and stuff that you find lying around in the game. And as you see, Morrowind crafting, you hit the menu button each and every time you want to undertake the operation. Necessities of Morrowind has a different menu set up, and we'll show you how that differs. Now, actually, maybe I want to keep that material on because it just went past midnight. I don't need to sleep or anything. This is leftover. This is the stuff that wasn't sufficient in quantity to make some more. But what I can do now is I have some leftover iron ingots, so I'll take those. I don't actually think I need the tongs per se, but I've got my setup so that I need tongs, a crucible, and an armorer's hammer. Isn't really doesn't really figure into the smelting so much, but it does figure into using an anvil here to make things. And that's what I'm going to do now. Now that I have ingots, silver ingots, and I made some iron ingots earlier from various things. And we're going to go do some mining in Tribunal. That's one of the reasons I went to Tribunal, is because there's lots of mining opportunities there. But we have some iron ingots, which I made from smelting before. And we're going to use those. We're going to combine those and make some silver throwing stars, because it takes silver and iron to make your throwing stars. Okay, so the next thing here is we will make exotic weapons, and we call them exotic because they can resist, they're immune to normal weapon resistance. So anything silver falls under that category. So the easiest silver stuff we can make at this point, according to our smithing skill, is throwing stars. So that's what we're going to make. So we'll just continue on with what we did earlier, and see, as our use of the anvil and the special smelting skills goes up, our crafting skill goes up. We're out of iron ingots now, and so that's the end of that. I don't know if these will all fit. I doubt it. They're pretty heavy, and I got a lot of them. And those don't fit either. Maybe I can put a few in here. I just got a lot of stuff kicking around now, and I've got like 1,000 silver ingots that I've acquired over time. A lot of them is being held on to by Claudius Clandler in his shop. Better reason for than fighting goblins, yeah. Agreed. I think agreed. All right, so there we go. We now have 42 silver throwing stars according to the material which we have on hand. Okay, so that's a taste of smithing and how it works. This is worth 5,500. Wow. This is an Oath Blade of the Brotherhood. I think I'll just sell it off. Oh, wait now. It's paralyzed for 15 seconds, and it's very light. I wonder if that could take the place of my Jink Blade of the Aegis, which weighs 8. Oh, but that also fortifies attack, but it's only for 10 seconds. That's not as useful. I think I'm going to keep the Oath Blade of the Brotherhood, which is something I got when I killed one of the leader of the Dark Brotherhood down in the Tribunal sewers there. All right. All right, well, let's do that then. Let's go mining. So for that, we need a mining pick, of course. Now, okay, Jink Blade off, and Oath Blade we keep. How about that? So we I'll have to wait till morning, actually, won't I? Because, oops, I got one fork. Because my easiest way to get out of Balmora is take the Silt Strider, but it's still middle of the night. Actually, I wonder if no, I already checked. I was going to check for fences, but oh no, it's not. It's just 7:03, so we just got past the point to where the Silt Strider caravaner will show up, so we'll be able to go to Mournhold now. If I was going to pass time, what I was going to do was make some bottles, because I do need bottles. And again, it's got time passage associated with it. Now, almost all of my crafting has time passage associated with it. Very few things don't, such as cutting cloth, and I might even put a little bit of time passage in that. I'm not sure. Just about everything else does pass time, though, so that's why I was considering doing that if the clock had not come around to the right time. But you can see the kiln here, and I'll show you where I get the kiln from later on. But making bottle, everything has time passage to a varying degree. So making bottles takes a little bit longer than, say, gathering sand, which also has time passage associated with it. Gathering things, for the most part, does have time passage. But bottles makes takes quite a long time to make a bottle, to fire it up and to let it cool down and everything. So with making just 4 bottles there, you can see that we advanced our time by an hour and a half game time. All right, so we got our pick in hand, and we've got food and water. We're going to need that because, again, we're going to pass time as we do mining, and there's lots and lots of mining to be done in the sewers of Mournhold. So we're not going to do extensive amounts of it, but I'll do a fairly good chunk, especially where the Dark Brotherhood resided, because I've recently cleared that out, so I want to take advantage of the fact that nothing new has respawned there, hopefully. And I can pop in there carte blanche without worrying about having to beat anything up in the meantime. Just popped in, popped out, because of course we need to reset the actors, and that's an easy way of doing it without going to the console. You just pop in the door and pop back out. However, I just see we have a new merchant there, and we always have to take advantage of a merchant showing up so we can get rid of all this junk which we've acquired. Which one is this? Staff of Chastening. And boy, do we got junk, man. Okay, I'm going to leave it at that. That should be sufficient. I've got a little minor quest, which I think has still been sitting on the back burner, which involves a suit of Dark Brotherhood armor, so possibly we'll do that in a while. And I now do have Dark Brotherhood armor. Got like 24 suits of the darn stuff. Okay. Never pass by a merchant. Now here's a silverware bowl. I could buy that, and I could use that as part of the rendering of silverware into ingots if I wanted to do so. But I got enough silver ingots. I don't need any more. 3180. So let's see. We've got a Berserker Axe. We've got Firebite Club. What was that? Staff of Chastening in here somewhere. Okay, there's that. And then we've got a whole bunch of iron stuff. This is probably from Booty Island. Oops, and I've already gone too far. There was a lot of stuff to get from Booty Island. 3064. And I'm working my way through that, as well as this Dark Brotherhood stuff. Will have to all be sold at some point. There we go, another 3,000 gold in the coffers, just like that. Don't think I have too much else. Oops, no, I don't have any wayward potions or anything, I don't think. Okay. Amulet of Recall. Dump off the excess. Oops, here. Yeah, all the characters at Fort Seamoth, part of Booty Island, they were all wearing bone mold. Some of them had crossbows and stuff, so indeed that's where a lot of this arises from. Okay, I think that's got the most of it. And we don't need that much money, and since money is bulky, I will drop it. Most of it. Okay, hopefully I stay lit today. My machine's been a little bit crashy. So far so good, though. When I was going through Morrowind yesterday, it was fine. So we'll knock on our veritable wood. Our virtual wood, and hope that everything goes well today. So we can do two types of mining. Now I have, okay, the mods of...
Why walk when you can ride?
Of note that are... Oh, now I gotta sleep pretty soon, darn it. Actually, I think I'll pop over here first, before we go to Ebonheart. Maybe I'll just run to Ebonheart. The main mods of note that go into crafting Amalgamated are, and this whole thing, my whole modding career began essentially with Necessities of Morrowind and making some edits to that. And then I discovered Morrowind crafting, and then I discovered Complete Morrowind, and then there were a couple of others that I'm probably going to make use of in some fashion. But I've incorporated some of the engines in each of those into this amalgamation, and I'm trying to get them to work together, which is essentially the point of an amalgamation. So other mods that might come into play would be for chopping trees, for example. We've got seasons and what else was it? Seasons and I can't remember. Seasons. Also, I want to look at maybe for the eating business. We've got Primal Needs, I think is the name of the mod, and I think I like their eating engines. So instead of auto eating, if I want to eat using dishes and utensils and stuff, I really like the way that works. So I may see if that differs from what the Necessities of Morrowind offers, and maybe incorporate that as well. But the main ones are Necessities of Morrowind, Morrowind crafting, and some of Complete Morrowind. Max's Complete Morrowind. This is the guy that sells kilns. And so that's where the kiln arose from, and that's why I came over here. This is the Vivek Outdoor Mall, and I've made it that he can sell you a kiln. It weighs a great, weighs a ton. So I haven't got it in place yet, but I'd like to have him offer a delivery service. So you can put a token on the ground and have some hefty movers come in and deliver a thing in place where the token is, or you can opt to place it yourself if you are strong enough. And essentially that's what I did. But I used the console because I don't have the engine in place to actually have it get set up automatically. So I just consoled it in, but that's where you get the kiln from. And we might add, a couple of other merchants around the world that can do that as well. Stick one in Tamriel Rebuilt or something, maybe, I don't know. Wonder if we have any titans out here. Sometimes titans hang around in this area. Not that I want it. I'm pretty tough, but I don't know if I'm tough enough to take on a whole titan close up myself, but they're kind of fun. Okay, I should be close enough now. I'm going to divine intervention myself up to Ascian Rain, and we'll head over to the Great Bazaar. Let's see. I don't think I've got much of interest in Mournhold. That's a good point, actually. I don't have the alternate quest line. This is one. I've got a cosmetic mod here. This is the... I can't remember who made it, sorry. But they dressed up the palace and all that with these nice nice little additions here with tapestries and a couple of other knickknacks here and there. It looks kind of nice. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Oops, now I'm sleepy. Dagnabbit. Oh well, that's okay. We'll go ahead with this anyway. There's no particular need to bazaar this way. No particular need that I have to sleep now. We got some Starfires, I think. Starfire's characters want to beat me up, but I'm not interested right now, so let's go look for the trapdoor into Disua. So the mining, I have the Morrowind crafting engine here, is what you'll see me encounter first. But there is also Max's engine as well, which I'm not as pleased by, but it does work. Oh, I forgot about rats and ghosts and stuff. Where am I going? Yeah, that's where I'm going, all right. So I didn't bring any weapons for ghosts or anything. Oh, well. Oh, well, we do have some respawning. We got some of these heavy liches and stuff here, so I'm going to go invisible. Again, I'm not interested in engaging with... Oh, that's an leftovers from... Oh, where is... Leftovers from... What do you call it? Hostiles. I think we haven't hit any minerals yet, interestingly enough. So this is Morrowind crafting, and the there was some lament going on about you can't do mining in the exterior, only in the interior here. You can get boulders that have been converted into sources of ore, but the Max's engine in complete Morrowind does allow for mining outdoors. So some of the boulders have been converted outdoors to be ore-bearing rocks. It uses a different engine and a different skill progression than does this. So here, if your skill is high enough, your mining skill 55, the higher your skill, the more pieces you're going to get, right? So, oh shoot, I forgot this crass. So once you've finished mining that rock, you can see that it's no longer capable of being mined. It is a replacement feature. So that after you've finished mining it and extracting the ore from it, you'll notice that it converts to a different rock, like that. There's a bit of a blip there as it converts over. Oh man, I do have new spawns here. How come? I was just here yesterday and they're respawning again already. I really don't want any more of these guys. They're just a pain. I agree with you on that score, that this is... I think they should be set up so they don't respawn. Unless those are like MCA ones or something. Now, if you go mining outdoors using the complete Morrowind engine, you don't get that kind of... I don't know what this is. This is an entrance to nowhere. That's an interesting addition down here. And I don't remember what mod that's from. Daedric Sorcery or something? I don't know. I don't think it's from the underground, if I recall correctly. I think that you get to that somehow, some other way. But, yeah, the engine for the outdoor rocks, the complete Morrowind, is not quite as... slick as this. As you can see, I get a display of my skill progression as we go along. So it was at 40. And I have to equip a pickaxe each time. So it gives you a readout of your skill as you go along here. So it's now 55 and 94 100ths. So each time I mine, the partial that reading goes up, and you can see it with each stroke of your pick. I wonder how many more doofuses we're gonna have in here. No Mournhold expanded, or yes, I do have more. I have Mournhold expanded. You're right about that. I do have Mournhold expanded. Big time. That's a huge addition to this. Yeah, crap. Look at all these guys. I just was here yesterday. How did they respawn so fast? I mean, I left their bodies behind. guess I'll just have to put up with their garbage because I don't really want any more loot. And there's no purpose to killing them anymore because I've solved the reason behind why I was getting attacked by the Dark Brotherhood. So I think, I don't know, maybe enough time passed. It looks like their bodies might have got cleaned up already, but I didn't do anything since yesterday. I haven't done any crafting or anything to any great degree. And you can see there's lots of this stuff in here. Plenty of mining to be done. Well, since these guys are attacking me, maybe I won't pick up quite as much of this stuff as I thought I would initially. Stop. I'm busy here, guys. Can't you see? I got a bunch of potions I want to use up. Let's use some of these resist poison ones. But that's probably good for starters, and then we'll do the rendering. I'll go get some sleep. I think it's time to put on some protection here, so we'll put on Heaven and Hell. Wherever I put it, here we are, and the missing shirt. That'll give me Sanctuary, and hopefully I won't be bashed around so much. Okay, maybe a healing potion just for the heck of it. Use this one up. And back to Night Eyes so I can see what I'm doing. And back to Strength. Because I've taken all my... enhancements off. Okay. Oh, there's nothing up here, darn it, after all that. But as noted before, as you can see, time is passing. So now the whole day has gone by during my mining. Town shops are getting ready to close. I'll show you the mining that I do with Max's thing and the reason I don't like it as much. It has skill progression as well, but as I say, it's not as slick as what we have here for Morrowind crafting. These rocks do not respawn, so it's relying on the fact that your skill goes up and that there's going to be plenty of rocks in the world to choose from. Likewise, I'll show you trees later on. People are talking at me and I'm not reading the chat. Sorry, I'll just finish this up a little and then I'll get back to it. And I better do a save in case of crash after all this work. Okay, so that's a pretty good sampling of the mining that can be done. And there's plenty more in the sewers of Mournhold, which is really nice. There is ore in various other caverns around the world. Okay. This is oh, hi, Amatak Tedix. This is my water nymph. We're playing, not my Khajiit today. My water nymph is pretty hot. I have died a little bit, so I'm just continuing to keep alive. Despite my end of permadeath with this character, because I want to test some of the mods that I'm encountering now at this higher level. She is at level 58, We just made it through the horror mod not too long ago, and she did a really good job standing up against some of the bad beasties there. But we did die about 4 or 5 times with this character now, so permadeath is over, but we're at a high enough level here that it's still interesting to see all the various tasks that this character can accomplish owing to being at a good high level in staying alive skills, as well as what we're doing here, which is showcasing some of the crafting skills that are going on with this character. Okay, so we have 102 ingots, which we got, or raw ore, which we got from that operation. So now we're going to convert them to ingots. Yeah, the whole Dark Brotherhood was ragging on me. Like I pointed out earlier, that I've already been in there. Yesterday I went through the Dark Brotherhood group there and killed them all off. And they're supposed to be dead. They're supposed to be all gone, but they decided to respawn. And I wasn't interested in fighting them because I've got enough of their loot, because I gather everybody's loot that I kill, and also I just couldn't be bothered fighting them right now. More interested in the crafting aspect of things right at the moment. So, yeah, we've gone so far as to discover why the Dark Brotherhood was trying to kill me. So that portion of the Tribunal quest is done. So anything that's in there right now is just sort of a distraction. As far as the Dark Brotherhood goes. Now, so I was talking about if you activate these. Okay, I've got, first of all, I put my equipment on. I got my tongs and my crucible. And at the present time, we need a hammer, but I think I'm going to remove the requirement for a hammer for the smelter. But okay, so with that equipment in place, well, actually, I should just show you that I've arranged the menu so that you can't do anything without the tongs equipped. You need to equip forged tongs and possess this crucible to use the smelter. So I put the forged tongs on, which, by the way, have been converted to a weapon for realism purposes. Not a very good weapon, but if you happen to be smelting somewhere and somebody comes up and attacks you, you could actually bonk them on the head with those, which makes sense to me. And if I take the crucible out, then the menu is structured so that you need to equip forged tongs and possess this crucible to use the smelter. So I got to put the crucible back in now. So that's something I added to the whole mixture of things. Now, the menu does come up now because I have both those things. And as I was saying, this is structured from Morrowind crafting so that, and I've added gold and adamantium in here. Maybe I added those myself. I can't remember. It's structured so that you simple smelting of ores. After you get to a certain point, you don't learn anything more in smithing. But if you go over and do this rendering and fabricating of steel, you can learn more from smithing. So right now we're going to process 102 raw ores into ingots, and we aren't going to learn any smithing skill from it, but time will pass. And you will see also, I'm at 1124 right now as far as encumbrance. Weight should go down as well. Now, I'm actually going to do something a little tricky here because one of the drawbacks of the way things are set up right now is that time does not pass correctly past midnight. So I'm going to take a few ores out. I don't know how many I'm going to be able to fit anywhere. Let's just go to the relic. And I'll come back. Or I'll do something. Nah, I'll just do something else. I'll make a couple bottles or something. Go. Come on, mouse. Cooperate. Okay. Let's just make the time pass till it goes past midnight. Now, time will pass when I am... There you see, it says I need a bath today, indicating that it's midnight because the bath mod kicked in. But you can also see that it's not going to go any further than midnight at this present time. So now that the clock has made it to midnight, now we will process all of that ore all at once, and we'll see how the time passes and what my weight is going to be like. Right. So right now it's at 11:29. I'll save. And then we hit our menu. We'll process iron ore, make item, and it'll say your smithing skill is too high to learn anything new from this task. You smelt all available iron ore. Now, see, that proves useful, I think, and a little bit realistic, and insofar as you don't run away with your skills. And so I think it was me. I also made use of that particular feature in some gathering operations, particularly sand and clay and that. And so after you get to a certain point in your handcrafting, picking sand and clay becomes too simple for you to progress in handcrafting skill anymore. Okay, so we've rendered all those down. We've got now 102 iron ingots, and we are down to 741 because we got rid of the slag, right? So all the slag is gone, and our load is lighter now because the ingots are going to be lighter than the actual raw ore. So we're done with that. We'll go find a place to put this ore. I'm going to get some sleep, and then maybe we'll make some more stars. Okay, I think I'm going to have to go to the relic now because I've got just no room up here. Okay, so let's stick in a bunch here and a bunch here. And find a bed or two. I'm going to use up some eggs. I've got lots of eggs that I have to use up, so I'll put eggs in and I'll take my lighter food out. That, of course, comes from Necessities of Morrowind, the eating food factor and sleep factor and all that stuff. We'll get into that in a while. I think that's it, and I should have enough water, so let's go to bed. Let's go to bed and get a bath. Okay, so time will pass as I sleep in bed. Takes us to mid-afternoon, and it's lunchtime, so we'll have some lunch here. Eat those eggs up, and we will fill up our water skin. This again being associated with Necessities of Morrowind. the ability to fill your vessels at a water source, such as this fountain here. Something I added, you can fill bottles. It was always frustrating to me that if you hit this, you never had an opportunity to cancel. So I am going to actually cancel that and not fill those bottles. So that's an addition I made to the menu there. If it comes down to jugs, bottles, and water skins, you can actually do a cancellation of that. Okay, we're going to do a couple of things with those ingots that I made. Oh, wait, I wanted a bath first. Hang on. I like going to Tarmar for my baths. It's got the best perks to it. And we need soap for that. I like Tiger's Tail. Actually, I don't think I'm going to use Tiger's Tail this time. I'll just use Moonflower. Tiger Tail might be a little bit overkill, but if I'm going into combat or something, I like Tiger's Tail because these soaps have a perk to them. When you use them, they can boost some of your skills or attributes or something. Tiger's Tail fortifies your endurance and your acrobatics. Moonflower, I can't remember what that does. Nothing horribly important to me. But I'm just thinking my acrobatics might be a little too high right now to use that. Tiger's Tail to advantage. So choose Moonflower for our soap. And we are all washed up. We have Reflect from Moonflower. 10% Reflect and maybe something else. Alright. So let's... Oh, I meant to go to the relic first. Let's go get those ingots. Iron ingots now, and we'll make some stars. And we'll make some steel ingots. Okay, we'll start with the stars. You've seen this before. So I take all that. I need a hammer. And I need the tongs, I think. I can't really recall. Let's see if I can get away without tongs. Maybe I don't need tongs for this. No, I don't need tongs. Just need the hammer. Okay, so there you go. We now have more stars. We've added a bunch to make 74 stars. We've used up. We require silver and iron for that operation. So we're good on that. Okay, so now steel. So this is how I fashioned it. So that you need iron ingots and charcoal. Generally, I think that's what steel involves in the real world is the addition of you dope your metal with charcoal or some similar derivative of coking coal. Or no, is it coking coal? I can't remember. Anyway, the way I made it here is iron ore or iron ingots plus charcoal as requirements, and then you can go ahead and make steel ingots. And I will need to sleep again soon. Okay, so that's plenty of that. And I borrowed the models and icons from other places to come up with, at least temporarily. I only made 19? Huh. Sounded like I made more than that, but that's all right. To come up with something that's suitable anyway. to act as... Well, that's interesting. I don't know what happened there. For some reason, my willpower went up. Now, that is not baked into Morrowind crafting as far as I know, or anything that I've done. Isn't that fascinating? Just by virtue of maybe, I don't know, is it an enchantment that I'm holding or something? Anyway, my willpower went up, my personality went up, and I leveled up. Isn't that funny? Do I need to sleep yet? Not quite yet. Anyway, that aside, quite fascinating. So now we've got steel ingots, okay, here. And we've got a hammer. So now we're going to use that to make steel throwing stars. Now, they're not exotic like the silver ones, and they don't require as many materials. But, of course, you have to use more materials to go into the first step of the process, which is to make the ingots in the first place. You need the two ingredients. You need the charcoal and the iron ingots. Okay, so now that we have that, we go to common weapons, because steel is resistant to those that can resist ordinary weapons. So we'll just make some steel throwing stars here. Or maybe knives. I should have enough skill to make knives. I don't know. Let's try some. Yeah, we seem to be good at making knives. So we'll make that until we get sleepy, go to bed again. Which should be just about any time. Really? Seriously? Come on, necessities of Morrowind, kick in. I should be sleepy by now, long since. Hi guys, how are you doing? Sorry, I can't quite make out your name because my eyes are crap. Oh, okay, yeah, forget it. I was going to say hello, but I see the message there, and I would just assume that you didn't say hello. So I guess I got to get some bots into play or something like that and see if I can kick that crap off. Alright, so we made some steel throwing knives. And we're done with charcoal. There they are, 38 steel throwing knives. Please go sleepy. Hurry up, I want to go to bed. Again, time should pass when I'm doing that smithing. I'll have to check that because it seems odd that I'm not getting sleepy here. I should have been sleepy long since. Okay, well, let's make sure time passes. We'll make some more bottles because I know that for sure time passes with those. Please tell me. It's also possible that something got skipped in the Necessities of Morrowind script. It's a global script. Sometimes it might not read the landscape properly, as I've discovered in things like Ooh, what might it be? Could it be go to jail or something? Or maybe crafting itself, like I'm doing here, if enough time passes. Yeah, it might be crafting itself here. If enough time passes, sometimes the Necessities of Morrowind script doesn't pick it up. So I might have to conduct other affairs until such time as it does. Okay. Another day has gone by, so that means checking for merchants again. I don't see anybody new, so never mind that. So let's go on to do something else. All right, so there we have it. That is an introduction to some of the skills available along the smithing line. We have the gathering skill, which we use, which involves the mining. So you go out and gather. You gather ore from veins that are inside, like we saw with the Morrowind crafting stuff. Or you can gather from outside using the complete Morrowind setup. And that yields a whole different kettle of stuff. And it works differently. And then the other principal mining engine that we encounter is to do with eggs. And this is where you get your start in learning mining skill. I just went invisible there to not engage the Pack Nix hounds, which hang out there. These bugs are not supposed to be here. There's something wrong with the way the weather is being read. Because when it's raining, they're supposed to be gone. But that doesn't matter. I'll deal with that another time. So this is where you kind of get your start in the mining skill around Morrowind crafting. And I'm kind of proud of this because I've arranged the script so that it does several things here. First of all, it puts ownership on the eggs. Secondly, it ensures that you get one egg and one egg only, unlike the mining of ore. As your skill goes up, you saw that you can collect more and more ore with each item that you activate. But in this case, because there's only one egg per nest, you have to make it so that there's only one egg that you can get at a time. Also, the bit from real crafting makes the... Is it real crafting? That's another... Oh, that's another minor... crafting engine which I've made use of. And you can see that the eggs shrink and disappear using that particular scripting. So that's another thing that my script does, my amalgamated script. And I may change that. I'm not sure I completely... I think it's clever and cute that they shrink like that. But I think I like the Tamriel Rebuilt feature for its realism more so than what we see there. Tamriel Rebuilt, I think once you remove an egg, it leaves a nest behind, which seems to me to be a little more along the lines of what you would encounter in world such as this. It wouldn't shrink necessarily. So that's how you get eggs, and you're able to put ownership to them, meaning that if you steal the eggs out from under somebody's nose, if there's ownership on the egg, then you get tagged for a crime, right? Because, you know, you're an egg poacher. Much as we see with the Fighters Guild, when you have to go and do away with the egg poachers, then you want an ability to be able to put ownership on the eggs. That's another thing that that engine does, and it also has the eggs respawning after a period of time, just like any other flora or fauna in the game. So yeah, that script accomplishes quite a lot, and I'm quite happy with it. So that's mining. So yeah, the eggs, again, the concept that after a certain point, they're the easiest thing to mine, and you can get a little boost if you go to a reel. Go to Satanin, you get a little mining guide which shows you how to mine eggs without breaking them. So when you're just starting out in mining and your skill is very, very low, it's advantageous to go and purchase that and read it. And it gives you a 1-point boost to your mining skill, which gets you started in the mining, and you're going to waste a lot of eggs to begin with. But eventually your mining skill, after you reach, you start at level 5, read the brochure, get it to level 6, and then you do a lot of trial and error, and you fail and fail and fail and fail, and then eventually you start succeeding, and then by about level 8 or 9 you can mine eggs on a regular basis, a consistent basis, and you are no longer encumbered by the fact that you haven't got enough mining skill to do anything. So from that point on, once you get up to, I think, about level 20 in mining skill, then you can start turning your attention to rocks, to ore veins and stuff, and then you will be able to advance your mining skill that much more. And at that point, when you reach about level 20 or so, again, the concept that further engaging in that activity does not progress your skill any further. So much like the smelting of raw ore, gathering of sand and clay, the mining of eggs, after a certain point, you don't learn anything further about mining skill. Oh, this bloody interior weather is really annoying sometimes. The exterior weather is annoying. What was I going to do? I got distracted by the weather. I'm going to a reel because I want to... Oh, yeah. Hopefully find a book. Let's take a little trip to Satanin, and hopefully it isn't quite as inclement down there. This weather is just horrible. I gotta fix that. Yay! It's raining, but it's only light rain, I think. Doesn't matter. We're going indoors. Rightio. Okay, so we've talked about the eggs, and they don't progress you any further after a certain point. So now, to fill you in on, first of all, I'll talk about this. Here's the mining guide that I was talking about, which gets you started. I don't know if that actually worked to increase my skill, but it says this guide has a couple of tips for digging up Kwama eggs without breaking them. And that's what you want to buy at the beginning of the game to add a point of mining skill and get you started in the ability to mine eggs. So fresh off the boat, you get a couple things from a reel there, which are quite handy, that being one of them. All right, now I've broken down the procuring of raw materials into a category called gathering, because there's quite a lot of it to be done. And I thought, yeah, you know, we should probably make a separate category for that, because they each involve their own particular disciplines and skills. So as you saw with the mining, we equip a particular tool, an appropriate tool. We activate an appropriate object for what it is we want to obtain material from. And then we get the material, and sometimes it progresses our skill, sometimes it doesn't. And there was enough of that going on that I thought, well, we should probably have a whole separate category and instructions on how to gather things. Now, this does not come, this is my idea, it does not come from Morrowind crafting, although the gathering itself comes from Morrowind crafting, a lot of it. But the actual categorization into a separate category is something that I've done. So you can buy a book from a reel here, which gets you started if you're unfamiliar, because this was not made clear in Morrowind crafting what it is you have to do in order to come by the various materials. And I thought that's another good reason to put it all into a book and make it pretty clear about what it is that you have to do in order to come by the various materials that you want to use for your crafting. So again, we break it down by type of discipline that we are working on at the time. And we start here with mining, for example. So mining sources, eggs, and then the various ores and crystals. So the various ores are gold, silver, diamond, ebonite, glass, and for some reason I don't have iron or silver here. I mean, this all has to be fleshed out, right? So every once in a while I'm missing something, but I don't think I've got iron in here. I got Kwama eggs, and it shows you the skill level at which you can start successfully mining them. Kwama, gold, silver, diamond, raw ebonite, raw glass. So I apparently am missing iron for some reason. But as you can see, it takes a mining skill of up to 20 before you're able to successfully mine adamantium, which you can find in the sewers of, or in the underground of Mournhold. Mineral extraction. Now, this is what is borrowed from Complete Morrowind, Max's setup here, where we note that rock exposed to the weather occasionally yields up useful mineral content. The skills required to poke about their fissures differs from the brute rending used on the veins generally found within mines. Have plenty of picks and healing bombs on hand if you're a beginner at this endeavor. Yeah, adamantium is rough to mine. It's also rough to carry because I've kept the original weight of 50 units per piece of ore, just as a matter of a challenge, and also it comes into play in Beyond Isgrimor, the mod Beyond Isgrimor. The weight of adamantium comes into play there. So, but once you render it down, as you can see with the iron ore, if you render down adamantium ore in the smelter, it lightens up considerably. A lot of the slag goes away, and the adamantium left behind is very much lighter. Okay, so that explains what I was talking about the difference between interior veins and exterior veins. So that's mineral extraction, okay, for example, out of this. And then you get mining notes, and I won't go through all of that right now. And again, it has to be fleshed out and probably balanced and all that stuff. As far as what these notes are actually applicable to. Then there's, so in the discipline of woodcraft, we have filching. Now, this is something that does not come with Morrowind crafting. For Morrowind crafting, you have to buy your wood from merchants. And that's the only place you're going to get your mahoganies and your ash and even scrap wood and birch and all that stuff. But in the amalgamation here, my world is set up so that you can go anywhere and gather it yourself from the trees. And it's done through a process called filching, which is to extract wood from the tree without actually killing the tree. So it doesn't mean that your landscape is going to be all bare, at least under normal circumstances. I'll explain more about that later. But normally the tree stays standing and you collect the wood from it. And you've probably seen something similar to that with Ashfall. If you've been watching other modders play something like Ashfall, then you gather wood from the tree, but the tree doesn't necessarily disappear. So we filch from trees. And this is again, my adaptation of Morrowind crafting, because it uses the same engine as you use for mining the rocks, which we saw earlier, mining the ore veins. But it just applies to trees, so you can progress in your skill for obtaining wood, and the higher your skill, the more wood you obtain per tree. The trees do not respawn, at least they shouldn't normally, but there are plenty of trees in the world to get your stuff from, so I don't think you'll ever run out of wood. Chopping is, again, as with mining, we have the two different engines. We have the Morrowind crafting and the complete Morrowind. Originally, complete Morrowind had it so that you would chop trees, knock them down, they would disappear, and I think they would respawn later. I have, just for the sake of interest, I have left Max's engine in place for that, for roots and fallen logs only, like those logs that you see lying around in the ashlands. I think that's where this comes into play as well, but definitely pine roots. So you'll see we'll go chopping and we'll extract pine roots from trees. Used by roots, fallen trees. Exposed pine tree roots are dealt with differently. These grow back, and so can be fully extracted. A different set of skills comes into play here. Having low skills can have undesirable consequences. Fallen logs are similar, except they will not, of course, grow back. Okay, so similarly to the mining, we have the two different engines. We have the filching one from Morrowind crafting, and we have the chopping from complete Morrowind, and the pine roots will grow back, and you can get as many pine roots as you want. I think the respawn time is set to about a year, so after a year, pine roots will grow back, and you can go get more of them at any old time once they respawn. Okay, so then we also have picking and harvesting of various other things. Herbalism. We use advanced herbalism in the amalgamation. and that means that your skill has to improve. As the more you pick, the more plants you extract from in the world of Morrowind, the better your picking skill becomes. Your herbalism skill goes up. You can get seeds from the plants at higher skills. It's nothing I really make use of, but if you want to make a garden of your own, you can do that. And eventually we may do that somewhere down the road, but you can put the seeds into a plot onto the earth, and after a period of time they will sprout a new plant. And if you tend to that plant, it will keep respawning in that same place. So if you put water and a hoe, I think it is, that you need, you can like make a garden and keep the plants coming back over and over again. Although I don't know why you'd want to do that, because there's so many plants in the world at large that anytime you need to gather any, you can just go pick in the world at large. Other than, if you just want to make yourself a nice little garden and have fun doing that, that ability is there with advanced herbalism. Again, once your picking skill is high enough, you don't fail at picking so often, or at all, really, once your skill passes about level 50, and you get those seeds and the ability to tend your plants. So that's picking and harvesting. And then skinning isn't yet done, but that will work probably along similar veins to picking plants, so that the higher your skinning skill is, the better the meat and stuff you're going to extract, the meat and skins that you're going to extract from animals that you hunt. Extrication, stone, chunks of stone from eroded rocks and sticks from trees are available. These are notes made to myself. And I don't think it says anything else here about other gathering, but of course that might also include getting the sand and clay out of the rivers. And so that'll be put into the book as well. But yeah, as you can see, gathering is a whole discipline in itself and has its own skill set in itself. So that's why it is its own category. And why it's pretty involved. Again, mostly for the sake of realism. Okay, well, before we do any more crafting itself, I'll talk a bit about these books. And these books, see, Morrowind crafting, a lot of these skills, a lot of these disciplines are based on Morrowind crafting. And Morrowind crafting did not come with books on in-game instruction on how to do anything. And I don't know what the thinking was there. I get a feeling that we were either A, supposed to memorize what it is that we are crafting, the materials that go into it, and by trial and error we are supposed to figure out which things we can do and can't do based on maybe like common sense, or as I say, just plain simple grunt trial and error, what it is we can make and can't make. Because again, with the skill system in place here, certain things are easier to make than others, and it's based on the level of skill that you have. And yes, to your point, Skink, I should agree with you there that by the time your skill levels get high enough to do just about any of this stuff, you'll have found other ways to acquire it from the world at large. Like, I mean, I've got a pretty good smithing skill now. Pretty, it's halfway decent. It's about 55, 56. There's no way I can make Dark Brotherhood armor, though. at that low a skill level, I don't think. And yet, I've got 24 full sets, and I could have had another probably 20 full sets if I had engaged in those Dark Brotherhood guys down in the Mournhold underground there, that, you know, I got so much Dark Brotherhood stuff kicking around here, I'm at loss to figure out how to get rid of it, let alone having to make it for any particular reason other than, you know, it's just a good way to advance your smithing skills. It's not going to be useful in any fashion. But so you're absolutely right on that score. Same with like bone mold and stuff like that. But anyway, back to my point being that we were either supposed to memorize what it is and trial and error what it is that we can and cannot make based on our skill level, or we were supposed to exit the game and look up the notes that are provided as the hints in the download of Morrowind Crafting. In either case, you know, trial and error, or getting out of the game and reading the notes, you know, wrong. Because look here, for example, woodwork is a good one. Oh, I don't have my woodworking here. Oh, smithing is a good one. How in heaven's name are you supposed to trial and error your way through all of this stuff, knowing which skill level is involved in making, say, bear gauntlets or wolf greaves or anything like that, versus something made at the anvil like iron gauntlets and steel axes. Look at all the items you're going to be able to make, and yet do you know what skill level is going to be required to make it, let alone getting all the items, the raw materials that you're going to need to make it, knowing that like intuitively, or by referring to the notes every time you want to make something, you get out of the game and go to the notes that are provided in the download? No. So I have made books out of the notes that are provided in the download and turned them into actual crafting notes here that you can refer to, and that will give you an idea of the skill level needed and the materials needed to endeavor in any particular discipline, whether it's smithing or handcrafting, or like this is handcrafting here, making bottles. It's one of the many disciplines involved in handcrafting. So we make insulated bottles here at a kiln. We can also do the we can use a bag of handcrafting tools provided by Morrowind Crafting and engage that by dropping it on our character, and we can do wicker work. We can make baskets, whatever else that our skill, you know, and we can just keep going and going. There are hundreds of things, literally, that we can be making, and we really do need a guide in-game to be able to refer to what it is we're going to be doing, because without it, we're just floundering, and you're spending all of your waking hours, real and virtual, just trying to figure out how to do things, and it's just frustration level to the maximum. So those guides have been put into the game, and they are available at various places, and they're going to be available around the world, but most notably in places like what you will find when we go to Tarmar and then use the secret exit to get to Dibella. And we'll go invisible and try and avoid the inevitable bandits, which are going to be showing up in the alleyway here. Oh, look at them all. Holy Christmas. Don't want those. Got enough loot to deal with. Thank you very kindly. So Dibella, which is a, shall I use the word bastardization of tribute? This was Cyrodiil in tribute to the community, but we have the Cyrodiil. Oh, look, there's a merchant. Wonder if he'll stay around. He's a noble merchant too. I might try to take advantage of him if I can. So I've done a lot of conversion in this tribute to the community and turned Cyrodiil here into Dibella, which is a counterpart to Mournhold. Only this is Imperial land, and we have the Imperial Temple or Imperial Shrine up there, where the Oracle is. I've moved her from Ebonheart to Dibella here. Dibella is named after one of the deities in the Imperial Pantheon. And we've also done things like this. So here is from the bath mod. We've added a public bath. And we can do that because, you know, the whole world is at my disposal here in an amalgamation such as this. So now we've got a bath in Dibella, if we're in need of one. But we also have, ta-da, crafting halls, crafter's hall. This is patterned somewhat after the one in Mournhold. And you have your various crafters here, which can sell you items, train you in skills. And some of them have, this is not finished by any stretch, so this is very crude. In fact, we got a, look at this. Here's a key floating in midair here. What is that all about? Key to a storeroom. Isn't that hilarious? That's probably a leftover from Craftsman's Hall in Mournhold. That's just a commoner. I threw a commoner in here. Shopper, probably MCA. Yeah, probably an MCA commoner there. So, but down here, so here we have a lady here who's going to sell us stuff that she has made, being a armorer crafter. Plus she has a book. So this is where you get your books from. She also has something useful like a crucible here for my smelter. Speedy, hi. If I'm on PC, F5 is quick save, saves a bit of time if you're saving before travel, if you're worried about crashes. Yeah, well, I use a rotational method for saving. Here's a book on handcrafting, because she's a handcrafter. Now she also sells this, which I don't think is appropriate, but again, we have to do some work here. So I do a rotational save, so if I do get a crash, I'm not relying on quick saves, which might have been done at a sort of a bad point in the game. Well, maybe not even so much as a crash, so much as, say, a break in an engine or something, or a break in a quest. So when I save, I save to the bottom and I load from the top, and I just go around in a circle like that. So that's a lot of times why I do hard saves. So sorry for the annoyance, and I understand what you're saying. It is a lot faster to quick save. It's just quick saves make me a little bit nervous sometimes. Here's a priestess who showed up and doesn't do anything except. And then here's another crafter guy who will sell me a book on how to make jewelry. And again, his inventory has to be fixed, but you get the idea. So that's where you'll get things like books, and maybe a little bit of training might be available from these people. And trainers are part of the Morrowind crafting experience. They're scattered throughout the land. Whoops, recall. And their skills will be translated over into those crafters' halls. I think I have a couple of crafters' halls. I have one. Oh yeah, I have one in Saran now, and that one there in Dibella, plus the one in Mournhold. And I'll probably add one to Tamriel Rebuilt or something too. But again, that's, for future consideration. We can do all that later. But at least that's enough to get us started. So that's, you can get the books, is what I'm saying. And various other of the Morrowind crafting merchants, which you'll find around the land, such as the ones in Caldera. Let's just COC it. They should have possibly the books, if not the books, certainly the equipment you're going to need. These are the Morrowind crafting people. And they're peppered throughout the land. And you can buy various things from them, like wood and your tools and stuff. I don't think this guy has a book, but I'm pretty sure Walks in Woods. See if he still has one. Say the need here. I think he has a book on wood crafting. See if he still has one. Yeah, woodworking. So you'll be able to get the books from various places around the world. So there we go. And you want to have bathhouses in TR. Why do I have to return to Suck Island every time I start to stink? Stinkers. Oh, stinkers, eh? Doesn't do that. Yes, well, we are doing that. We've got bathhouses all over the world. We don't have one in Tamriel Rebuilt, but we're going to. And we can do that in this world that I have built. Because it's an amalgamation and everything's treated the same. So bathhouses can probably appear in Tamriel Rebuilt. Okay, so what did we want to go to next? So we talked about books, we've talked about skill progression, we've talked about time passage, and we've done one of the sources of mining. So let's do another of the sources of mining, just to illustrate how the other mining engine works, or doesn't work, as the case may be. Now, I've got lots of mining possibilities between here and Caldera, but again, the rocks do not respawn, so I've already spent them, so we're going to have to go find some from somewhere else. Probably I will go to maybe Helnum area and beyond. We'll give that a try. So I'm going to go to Sadrith Mora and water walk my way to Helnum, shall we? Now I think I have to actually get rid of something in Sadrith Mora as far as skooma is concerned, and I've got a smuggler there, so we'll go and do that. I think I'm good. I don't think I need anything else. Okay, we use from Illuminated Order we use our handy dandy amulet to get to Barataria, which is our fast way of getting to Sadrith Mora, because I can't use guild guides yet. I haven't got enough standing in the Mages Guild, so I have to rely on other ways to get to various places, and I'm going to do my thing with Swift Swim, and let's use up this potion here. It's not very powerful, but and I'll throw on a Night Eye here so that I can see my way better. And we'll work our way out to Sadrith Mora. Whoa, is that water ever loud? So this takes us through a grotto. And we exit out by Sadrith Mora there. And being a water nymph, I'm quite happy in the water. No problem with water breathing or swift swimming. And being that I'm a member of the Imperial Cult, I'm role-playing that I can now make use of interventions. So let's just pop up there, and we saw a message showing that I have skooma for sale. So we'll make our way to the other end of Sadrith Mora, where the smuggler is. Make it a little bit of a quicker trip, and we'll jump down here. And we'll hand him our skooma. Get a bunch of money. He's pretty good. He's pretty generous. These guys are from minor quests, and they're pretty generous. So if you bring them what they ask for, they give you a little bit money than you might get. A little bit more money than you might get selling it to regular merchants. So he took 5 skoomas and gave me 3,000 gold. So there we are, done with that. Okay, let's go to Helnum area. I can't get through. Let's see, do we go the fast way or the slow way? Maybe today I'll go the fast way. Devourer or something there. Now, nice thing about Helnum is I can use Divine Intervention there as well, once I'm partway there. Oh man, I still gotta go more in this direction, don't I? Okay. Okay, so the fast way. If we can get away with it. Fast boots. And swift swim homemade. Plus we'll go invisible. Yeah. On the land, I guess. I'm not sure if this is faster or if levitating with the boots of blinding speed would be faster. But I'm a pretty fast swimmer. Until I reach land, and then I'm messed up. That's why it's a little bit tricky to do this sometimes. Oops, found a draft. Maybe I'll forego the boots. I'm getting pretty close there anyway, so pretty soon we'll be able to, once I get more than halfway, I'll be able to use my divine intervention. Let's just see. Let's experiment, shall we? Let's see how fast it is to levitate. Okay, get centered and boots. Invisible. Go. Oh, it's pretty darn fast to levitate, isn't it? Huh. That's really good. Okay. Let's zap now. Okay, I think we want to go roughly this way. We'll have to do some Tamriel rebuilt before too long. We haven't done very many quests here in Helnum. So that'd be kind of fun to go through at some point, because I think I should be able to succeed at all of that. They're mostly thieving quests here. I'm a pretty good thief, I think. Especially things with, like, my enchanted shirt that I made, which allows me to break into places like that, which had a very high lock level on it. Alright, so what we're aiming for is some mountains. And I'm hoping, beyond hope, that I haven't exhausted everything over here. Okay, let's do a save here now, and do our levitate thing. This looks like an area over here I haven't done much with. Might be mountainous. Okay. Centered about there. So hopefully we should be able to find a mountain range here that will have some rock with it. We're into the Boathian Mountains. Now, my general experience tells me that levitating is a fairly convenient way of doing all of this. Okay, here's some rocks here. Hopefully, it's kind of hard to tell. You don't have the visual cues that you do with Morrowind crafting. You have to go right up. And it says ore-bearing rock. There we are. We're off to the races with this one if it is not spent. So again, we equip a mining pick. Ah, we're good. We're fine. We found one. Okay, so you see what happens with the complete Morrowind engine is you equip your mining pick. Your skill is low to begin with. You do have a skill progression. It isn't visible to you the same way it is with Morrowind crafting, but it does progress behind the scenes using a different system. And I'm not particularly keen on the system because I think there's always still, no matter how high your skill gets, or maybe this is something I built in. I can't remember. It's been so long since I worked on it, but I did modify and alter the system to some degree. But you get to a certain point, theoretically, where your mining skill is high enough that you don't fail. And as you could see, we succeeded with every stroke that we took on this rock. So we got 4 items from the rock. Now, I had hoped to apply Morrowind crafting, and I'm going to have to examine this further. This is going to have to do for the time being. But with Morrowind crafting, for some reason, see, I can chop trees and make a tree substitution, much like you saw with the mining of an ore vein. You mine the ore out of it, and then once you extract the ore out of the object, it converts to a different rock, showing that it's spent, right? I was hoping for that here, but for some strange reason, which I don't know about, maybe somebody can illuminate me on, the rock substitution doesn't work. I get a weird, and I'm sure I've done the models correctly, and this is what I'll have to examine further in the future, but for some strange reason, I can't get the rocks to be substituted properly with the correct alternative. So it ends up looking weird, and so I'm stuck with using this complete Morrowind engine, and it kind of works. It's not bad, and in fact, it might end up, as time goes on, I may find that it will be, in fact, the best way to go. What I like about it is, and I've modified it so that you can extract a whole bunch of different kinds of ores from it, and gems. So there's a whole roster of gems and ores available to it, and this will be your worldly source of gems. Other than going to a merchant and to purchase gems, you can get gems yourself. This will be diamonds, turquoises, sapphires, aquamarines, spinel, tektite, all that kind of stuff, moonstone, bloodstone, kejidai, all that stuff will be available by mining from these rocks in the exterior world. So what I do not like is, again, the fact that the skill progression is not 100%. And built into this, and I've left it in because I think it's kind of realistic, is that when you're starting out in your mining and your skill is low, there's a chance that you can A, hurt yourself, or B, break your mining pick. Now, my skill is very high in this, but I find that there's still a very slight chance that my mining pick will break, which is very, very annoying. And if that happens, I might just, add one by console, because at this point, every time you mine something, your skill goes up, and by the time you get to this point here, that I'm at, I feel that you should not have problems with broken mining picks, and yet they still can. I think it works fairly well, though, in terms of what the materials you get. So I've arranged it so that the more common materials you're going to get are going to show up more often. So iron ore, silver ore, gems are going to be a little harder to come by. The other thing that I don't like about this is it's restricted to 4 hits. Now you saw with the Morrowind crafting of mining of a vein, the higher your skill, the more items you're going to obtain from any one object, from any one vein. So unlike this, where you are restricted to 4 hits per vein regardless of your skill level. So I don't like that about this. Otherwise, you know, it gets you by. But at the very least, you get a source of gems. So you'll see that that time I did get something that's fairly common, iron ore, but I also got an emerald and a turquoise, plus some silver, I think. And I got a diamond earlier. So there you go. So that's how that works. Let's use up some of those nice knives I made, eh? Get rid of eraser. Okay, Skink, what were you talking to me about? Why are Danae and I so insistent on making games harder with odd rules regarding intervention and guild guides? Because it's fun. It's kind of realistic, you know. Like, the vanilla game, I don't know. It's just such a easy pass. It really is an easy pass when you can do anything from the get-go, regardless of how well known you are, or regardless of what your skill is, or what missions you've accomplished for people. You know, you can do anything, anytime, you know, make all your enchantments, make all your spells that you want, go wherever you want with a guild guide, and it's just, that's way too easy. Way too easy. And then you see the message pops up, this rock is spent. And so the other drawback of this is you have no visual cue knowing that your rock is spent, so which I was lamenting about before. So I could mine this area and then come back here and find that, oh, heck, you know, I brought my mining pick for no good reason because these rocks are already spent already, but there's no way of telling until you get up there and you try to use it again, and then you get the message, this rock is spent. So that's kind of a pain too. Whereas with the Morrowind crafting stuff, you know, you get the visual cue, or at least with the filching of trees, the original trees do not show up with a message showing that you can filch it. You know, there's just nothing, no message on the tree when you look at it. So there's no way you're going to mistake the fact that you can't engage with the tree. Because it won't let you. But here, not the case. So yeah, I'm just not as completely sold on this complete Morrowind engine. As you see, time is passing here too. You can see the sun is shifting in the sky as I mine there. So another time passage factor has been added by myself. It's nice when you can do this sort of stuff and say, hey, there's a Kaguti breathing down my neck, you know. Oh well, big deal, so what? Anyway, so much for Mr. Kaguti. Okay, so there you go. That's the two different aspects of... No, three, because I showed you the eggs as well. So that's the three different aspects of gathering materials via mining. Okay. Know your memes, you watch Charmed. Say what? Not quite sure what you're meaning there. I do watch Charmed. Not as often, but I do watch. Because who wouldn't? He's great. All right. We got our gold here. We'll cut down on some of that. Yeah, the complete Morrowind engines are just not that sophisticated. And in fact, you know, this is what Morrowind crafting was built upon, wasn't it? It was a overhaul of complete Morrowind, and much improvements were made to the way it operates. Glass over here I'm using to make limeware with. That's another handcrafting skill, using the kiln, which I got from the Vivek Outdoor Mall. And now we have ores. Okay, let's do the ore thing again. Yes, I've completely skipped my sleeping, apparently. Necessities of Morrowind has gotten confused, I'm afraid. But we'll get it back at some point, I'm sure. Okay, so... raw iron ore. We'll do that. Your smithing skill is too high to learn anything new, and same with silver ore. There we go. So now I've got ingots, 12 iron ingots and 4 silver ingots. And so that is another source of iron and silver and adamantium and glass and ebonite and all that stuff is those outdoor rocks that you can extract stuff from when you go prospecting. That's the prospecting craft of gathering. Okay, so I think we've done enough with gathering on mining and showing you what happens when you use the products out of mining, the ingots, and turning it into other ingots, in the case of steel, and items off of the anvil. And of course, other smithing that comes from more organic materials can be done. So you can use your resins and your netch leathers and bristleback leathers and pelts and stuff to make more organic armor, like the Nordic fur stuff and the wolf armors and bone mold, chitin, those kinds of things. All right. But we won't get into that. And in fact, that has to all be rebalanced. And it's kind of a mess at the moment. All right. So, mining, smithing. So how about and I've showed you a little bit about what goes into the crafting. And let's take a look at our book. Now, crafting is a sort of a broad term. I turn crafting into handcrafting to be more specific. So I've altered the Morrowind crafting term to be a little bit more specific to the kinds of things that are involved in making things with your hands, sort of. If I can put it that way. Where do I put my feathers? Here. I got some eraser meat too. So handcrafting then involves things that you can do with your bag of handcrafting tools, and so you can make things like vials, inkwells, alchemy equipment, lamps, candles, lamps, that kind of thing. And of course, you saw earlier that I could do wicker work, so we can make wicker products, wicker trays, hampers, baskets, that kind of stuff out of that. We can also do stuff at the kiln here, and at the kiln we can do, I'll equip some forge tongs and I'll bring up the kiln menu. So the kiln, you've got a few bare things that you can do, plain bottles, insulated bottles, jugs, and plates, each requiring different materials, of course, and different skill levels. And then there are sub menus for making colored glass items, and it's broken down. I've broken it down according to the color of glass, and we can go back and forth. We can make flasks and beakers. And we can make limeware, and I am at a high enough skill level. You can see I'm at 89 skill level, so I'm plenty able to make limeware at this point. So I equip my tongs. I get the materials which I need, which are sand and glass. And let's make a couple of limeware items, like a couple of limeware flasks. So there you are, limeware. That needs rebalancing again, but for now you get the idea that it works. So now I got a couple of limeware flasks. I can sell those for a handy profit at my local merchants or my traveling merchants at large. I'll sell them to my local merchant because I've got all this stupid stuff from the horror mod that I've got to sell off. All these darn things, which I'm going to sell locally, but they got a value of 5,000. I don't think they're going to have a value of 5,000. But in the bartering system, you exchange lower price items for one higher priced item and that sort of thing. So I'm going to keep loading up my local merchant with stuff like limeware and stuff so I can make that kind of an exchange transpire. You're not apologizing. I demand an apology. Look at this stuff. I can't get over it. Like, how are you ever going to make use of something worth 65,000 gold? What was that other one? The book. The book was worth like 600,000 gold or something. That one book that I found in the warden's place. Crazy stuff. Okay, so crafting, we got the handcrafting tools. Oh yeah, and so the wicker work, of course, like I showed you earlier. And we got our assortment of hampers, trays, make a tray, make a medium hand basket, all that stuff. And each of the things you make increases your skill. And you've got to read out of the skill that you're at each time with the Morrowind crafting stuff. So that's pretty good. Your handicrafting skill is 89, 11 of 100. Which wicker piece do you want to make? So it just goes like that. So it's pretty easy, pretty straightforward, pretty useful. And wicker work is a good way to progress in your handcrafting skill earlier on in the game. It's some of the easier stuff to make. So we'll just sell those for a few septims when the time comes. But yeah, that's one of the things you can do with bag of handcrafting tools. What else can we do with those? This is a pretty versatile tool. We not only do our wicker work, we make empty vials, ink wells, quill pens. This is where we make all our candles. And candelabras. We can make specialized equipment. We can make alchemy apparatus, lockpicks, probes, and smithing hammers and stuff. Oh, that's something I should do, actually. So let's go do some of that. Let's make a few. I've got a few iron ingots here, right? Where did I put them? Here, yeah. Let's make a few tongs. So you put those on. You put your... Oh, I think I need a hammer. I need to be next... I don't know if I need a hammer, but I do need to be next to an anvil. Let's see if I can do it without a hammer. But then you equip your handcrafting tools. Yeah, I probably don't need a hammer. And then I can make smithing hammers and tongs. Let's do repair tongs. Oh, it's still making the wrong kind, I think. That took us up to midnight. I don't have any iron ingots left. Darn, it's still making the wrong kind for some reason. I've converted everything from vanilla, vanilla game. Not everything, but quite a few things because they're just lame. So repair prongs is what they're named in the vanilla game. And it's not prongs, it's tongs. That's for starts. Number 2, the name is cumbersome. Here I've got a naming scheme which is much more orderly and logical. And so I call them RP tongs, and they're repair tongs. And I've also altered the quality of them so they're, again, less of an easy pass. So the quality of these is 0.08, whereas the ones you get from vanilla are 0.5. So, you know, what's the point of getting any other hammer? You can repair everything with repair tongs. But no, we're not going to do that. I'm going to substitute them, and for some reason, I don't know why, I am making the wrong ones. I think I fixed that since, but for this plate... come here. Where are you? Six of them. Okay. So we will disable these. And we will add come here, type RP tongs 6. Poof, done. All right. So there you go. That's how you make that kind of stuff with the bag of handcrafting tools. All right, did I put the tools away? Hello, Mr. Lalo. Enjoying the warmth by the kiln there, keeping your cold corpse warm. If I find the bloody Necromicron, how to flip the thing isn't the first thing to strike my mind. Yeah, but look at, I got Rhaegar's sword. Chop 50 to 100, blah, 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 weight 20. I got Blood Drinker. Absorb health 10 to 20 for 2 seconds. I got Qatari Terror. 35 to 78, 30, 95. Great hitting. Damages health. Calms them. I've got Lightning Fiend. Shock damage 5 to 15 for 3 seconds. Also hits really well. Slash is great. How many stinking blades do you need? I gotta sell some off because, you know, one or two is just probably fine. And then that doesn't include the ones that I've sold to local merchants and the other ones you can find in the game, like Daedric claymores and, you know, glass claymores and things like that that are more common. Okay, so what else can we do with crafting? Handcrafting, and it is the bag of handcrafting tools. So we've shown that. We've shown the kiln. We can also do work on the pottery wheel, and I think I'm going to go do that right now, actually, if I have enough stuff. And the pottery wheel was kind of a trick, too. It's another one that doesn't work 100%, and I'll show you some problems that I had. We already had that problem with the eggs, but you have to activate it more than once initially in order to get it to continue working, and that's because I use globals. I think that's probably the reason behind it, is because I use global variables a lot to cut down on bulk in the scripting. And I've started this process whereby I use global variables instead of locals, and it cuts down a lot of the space required in any one script, but it does lead to its own set of problems. And
please, madam,
I'll show you.
at your service.
You know what? I should probably go gathering first. Too late. Because I don't think I've got enough clay down here. Oh, well, maybe I got enough to just do a demonstration at least. Okay, this is where I turn down the sound effects, folks. These fires are way too loud. All right, so we got some meat, and I'll just throw these in here for now. And oh god, it won't even fit. I got to do. Okay, well that's another thing we're gonna do. We'll do some cooking here. But this is sort of my headquarters. This is Corana's Oscadian Rose Cottage, and it's just gorgeous, and it serves a great deal of usefulness for being a crafting headquarters. It's got lots of storage. It's got the fire and things that you can cook at. It's got other items which, if you don't find them in a store or make them yourself initially, you can find them here, like the spinning wheel. I can't remember. I think there was a pottery wheel here too, although it was not as functional, so I did a substitution and put a functional pottery wheel here too. So this is a sort of an amalgam, this pottery wheel, with Morrowind crafting and I guess some of my own work. But this is another thing that you can do with your handcrafting skills. So you go out into the river, and we'll go do some of that gathering later on. You go out into the river, gather your clay and sand and stuff, and you take your clay over to here to the pottery wheel, and you can make a cup or a bowl or whatever. Okay, see, because I'm using globals, the first thing I went to make did not take. Ah, now I'm eating and drinking. That's nice. So I have to... Yeah, that did it. Now it made me sleepy too. Okay, so that first thing I didn't take. So now I have to activate it a second time in order to actually make the item. So I believe that's because of the situation with globals having to reinitialize. Okay, let's bring up the sound effects a bit, and we'll go ahead and make a few cups. But right now I'm at the level, again, you can see the handcrafting skill is posted. When I bring up the menu, and I'm at a level 89 handcrafting, so I can make just about anything I want to, except for maybe the highest level urns, but I can certainly make medium urns. And you saw some of those in my Plalo Manor headquarters. Some of the urns on top of the crates there, and those are made by me. But for now, let's just make some cups just to show you what we can do here. Let's make, 10 glazed goblets. We've got some little sound effects, and, some point we can get clever and try to add animation to the wheel, make it go around and round. Again, this is not as sexy as the kind of things you'll find maybe in the Lua type hand crafting, or the nice animations you get with Skyrim. But it works more or less. So, what the heck. So we're making a bunch of goblets here. And I pick them up and put my excess clay back. Oh, I got a piece of wood here too, don't I? Ash. So these are the things I made. I made goblets and a redware cup. Oh yeah, let's go get some sleep and we'll replenish our water and maybe we'll do some cooking. I'll show you the various things you can cook here. There's lots. Yeah, so that pretty much covers the handcrafting portion of the program. So you can make bottles, you can make glassware, you can make plates, you can make urns, you can make cups and goblets and all that stuff. And I'm still sleepy because Necessities of Morrowind was keeping track of my sleep deprivation, but it didn't prompt me. And same with the hunger. So that's pretty weird. It sometimes just gets lost with the passage of time being what it is.
Please, madam, I am at your service.
Now we get to the fun part, cooking. Ay, 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 ay. At the beginning of the game, because of Necessities of Morrowind, of course, you're forced to eat and drink and sleep. So what? Well, along comes Morrowind crafting, and it adds its own roster of things that you can cook, make, blah, blah, blah. And the requirements needed to do that. What to do? Well, number one, Morrowind crafting, it advances your skills. Necessities of Morrowind does not. Necessities of Morrowind, you actually use the products to nourish yourself. Morrowind crafting does not. So a great deal of care and planning has to go into amalgamation. And we amalgamate the two engines together. So now, the products that you make with Necessities of Morrowind will advance your skills. The products that you make with Morrowind crafting will nourish you. And so the possibilities of what it is that you can create using the combination of the two becomes quite large. Large number of possibilities. again, you know, at the beginning of the game, you're going to need to know how to fend for yourself, and it becomes pretty important to learn how to cook early on. Otherwise, you're going to be trying to buy things from the merchants to feed yourself, and you probably will have to do that, no doubt, anyway. But at the beginning of the game, you're also very low on cash, right? So it becomes problematic trying to buy stuff. So it behooves you to try to become very good at the cooking skill. Again, this was a source of frustration for me when I first played Morrowind Crafting, and there is no guide to how you go about cooking the things that you need to cook without failing all the time, because your skill just isn't high enough. Enter the crafting notes, which I made, cooking. So I brought those from the notes of Morrowind Crafting and Necessities of Morrowind, combined them all into one book. So now you have a ready guide to know how hard it is to make a roasted ash yam or roasted venison, and the materials and supplies you're going to need to be able to go about doing that. For a utility campfire, you can do all sorts of things. You can make dyes, you can render down plant material. And grills, you can grill all this stuff here. We got your wolf meat and your kagouti and your rat and hound meat, and we're going to be doing some of that. All your fish, you can also make juice. There's various juices you can make. And then with pots, you can make stews and soups and and there's skillets. You can make stews there. And the various other things, exotic dishes. Some of these things like, what is it? Maybe, I don't know. I can't remember which comes from which, but you got your bittersweet beef and you got bubble and squeak. You know, some of it comes from necessity. It's Morrowind. Some of it might come from Morrowind Crafting. You can make things at ovens here. You can make your breads. You can make your baked potatoes. And quite honestly, you know, after failing, you know, going to all the merchants around the land and buying up all the raw potatoes that I could find, and finding out that you can't cook them without salt. So then you got to go back and you got to find people who will sell you salt or whatever. And then you got to find an oven, and then you step to making baked potatoes. Well, in the original Morrowind Crafting, it was hard to make baked potatoes. I've made it a lot easier here, but it was hard to make baked potatoes. And in my mind, I was thinking, well, it should be fairly easy to make baked potatoes. We'll make baked potatoes, and then I can feed myself, right? Well, fail, 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 succeed, fail, 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 fail. And that's when I threw up my hands and I said, we need books. We got to have books in here, man. And so, hence, we now know how to make baked potatoes just by referring to the book. So that's what we're going to do. We got salt. We got some raw potatoes. We've got an oven. Hit oven. Hit baked potato. Up comes. And this is where we get into a difference, because all this cooking, uses necessities of Morrowind engines, not Morrowind Crafting. And it's interesting to see that you can use the necessities of Morrowind engine and the skill progression of Morrowind Crafting and combine it together, and I worked hard to make that happen. And it works. And so as our potato making goes up, so does the skill with which we're able to make them. So we're at 86, 7100, although baked potatoes are pretty easy to make, so I don't know if it's going to progress all that fast, but let's give it a try. What was the patch for in the older Morrowind Crafting? I think I know what you're talking about. course, I went ahead and just made my own. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. So yeah, you see my skill went up marginally. It's now 72 out of 100 just from baking potatoes. Okay, now we use our cooking pot, and with the cooking pot we can make our juices, sauces, milks, pudding, boiled food, and stuff, soups. I'm going to go with boiled food because I'm going to make boiled corn. And for that we need water. And early on in your career, you're going to need a ladle, otherwise you will fail more often. But now my skill is high enough, I can just reach my fingers in and very deftly grab the eggs out without burning myself, so I don't need a ladle. And actually, not having the accessories like ladles and stirring spoons and things like that to go with your cooking craft actually progresses your skill faster. So the strategy is, yeah, you need a ladle to begin with in order to succeed, say at boiling eggs, which is a pretty easy thing to do. So you start off with your baked potatoes or whatever, and you start boiling eggs, and you get halfway decent at your crafting skill, and you're succeeding most of the time because you have a ladle in your inventory, and that helps you succeed. But then you get to a point where, okay, I'm pretty darn competent, so let's drop the ladle. I still succeed, but now my skill is progressing faster without the ladle. So that's the strategy of that. Now I've got water and okay, but first of all, what other stuff have I got? So then you go to your grill and you just throw your meat on there and cook it. And again, your cooking would go easier if you held grill tongs. Same idea. Early on in the game, you're going to need the tongs in order to keep succeeding and progress your skill. But then when your skill gets high enough, you drop the tongs and you don't need them anymore, and your skill progresses that much faster. Don't know if the patch worked. Well, mine works. So there you go. And this gets a little bit tedious after a period of time because look at all the stuff you have to do. And there is a time delay that is actually built into the Necessities of Morrowind engine that I've actually shortened it. It used to be 5 seconds per item, and now I've shortened it down to about 3 because I couldn't stand waiting around, but that's deliberate, so I've left that in there. It gives it a sort of a sense of realism. But yeah, so you can do a lot of things on the grill here, and you can set up a campfire outside, and you can grill stuff there if you have a grill that you carry around with you, or you can roast stuff, and it just sets up your pit fire automatically, and you can roast it from there automatically. And here, beef is interesting. Wild meat is foreign and doesn't come from Vardenfell. It comes from Imperial land. So you cook your beef and you grilled a slab of beef which you cut in two. So you actually get more than you start with if you do beef. And so then it gets turned into an alchemical ingredient up here. And because I've got things set to auto eat right now, eventually you will automatically eat your beef or whatever other food you got there in your inventory. Okay, that's all we're going to do of that. I'm not going to go through all the meats because they're all the same. But you can also, then if I had marshmallow and water, I could use this skillet. Hackalow is the same. Bitter green, I've also added the necessity for something to temper the bitter green. So vegetable starch, so I've got vegetable starch in here. You pair your vegetable starch up with your bitter green and you can make bitter green stew. You can make marshmallow stew, you can make hackalow stew. You can make rice puddings and stuff using your skillet. So there's that. Okay, but over here we can grab some, say, fruit from here. And sugar. And water. And I need bottles. And this is a pretty involved engine. And if I got bottles, I do. What do you know? So you need those 4 categories of ingredients, and then you can go ahead and make juice. Now, juice in and of itself right now does not, there's no real incentive to make it, but ultimately making higher quality foods will lead to things such as we've got with the soap here. It will maybe enhance an attribute or a skill of yours or some kind of characteristic of yours that makes it advantageous to, say, cook juice and drink juice instead of just plain water. And I think water will keep you alive, but it won't do anything to enhance your abilities in any way. So remember, with the Moonflower soap, when we use the bath mod, we got a bit of reflection on our skin. And so similarly with juice, I think like orange juice would be good for, well, we know that it's needed to prevent things like scurvy. So maybe a good resist disease, like 5% resist disease for half a day or something like that, if you drink orange juice. Apple a day keeps the doctor away, so maybe apple juice, you drink that and you get a 5-point fortify health or something like that. So we made juice now, and we can drink juice instead of water. Now, apples and oranges are up here in the alchemical section. They're a potion because we can actually eat them as well. It's not so advantageous to eat raw meat, so we have to cook it. It turns from an ingredient into a potion. And that is one of the major changes that I've made to cooking is you start off with ingredients and they become potions, which you then ingest and utilize. But as you can see now here, we have fruit juice, apple juice, pear juice, orange juice. And we've gotten rid of some sugar. I think we've used up some bottles. And the fruit itself and water. Water, bottles, fruit, sugar. Yeah, that's what you need to make juice. So there we go. That's how you make juice. And now we're going to go fill up my 1 jug with water and a water skin. Before I do that, though, let's show you how I have altered the filling. Orange juice, ick, ick. I got a CD which was given to me, and it's a very it's a very fun little thing. It's a fella, and I can't remember his name, but he had two kind of obsessions, which he merged. Talk about amalgamation. He merged this into one. I think he's a professional at physics in some capacity. So he had a great admiration for Richard Feynman, the world-renowned physicist, who is now deceased, of course. But he also had some kind of a passion, and I think Feynman did as well, for Tuvan throat music, which is kind of like Dunmer talk. I'm not doing a very good job of it there. My throat's kind of sore from talking, but it's that kind of thing. So he put out a CD, and he got actual clips of Feynman speaking and performing, and he rounded up some expert Tuvan throat singer, and he like muxed the things together and came up with Richard Feynman playing bongo drums or something and singing along, and a Tuvan throat song. I should bring that thing down. I wonder if I can find it. And he put the two together, so you got this Tuvan throat singing and Feynman playing bongos because Feynman, in addition to being a brilliant scientist, he had a penchant for like whacking on bongo drums, and he was kind of musical, and he liked to sing along, and so hang on, let's do this. So he made this song, and it's playing along, and he says, Feynman was a kidder. He was kind of a joker. He had a sense of humor. And
Please, madam, I am at your service.
he would be making these, he'd be singing these supposedly, kind of, you would think, coming from a person of his talent and skill, it would be some kind of big, profound lyrics that he had going on in the back. You couldn't really make out the lyrics, but you would think it was something kind of profound. Oh, heck no. He was using his sense of humor. And the track that I'm thinking of, it's got this wheel going on in one section, and then in the background it's got juice, and that's Feynman in the background like that. And what he's singing is juice, orange juice. I say juice, orange juice. So anyway, that's what that made me think of. All right. So here we have bottle filling. Now, in Necessities of Morrowind, oh my God, you have the option to drink from a keg sometimes, like you go into a pub and you can drink from a keg. You can pay the publican if you want to drink some wine or something. You also have the option of, if you find kegs like this in the world outside, here's a wine keg and it's got wine in it. And you can have the option to fill your bottles there and fill up wine or other kinds of booze or whatever you find. This is far from complete. This is mostly in the testing stage, but this part works at least, and so we'll expand on that because the engine does seem to work. But oh my gosh, you would be filling, much like we were doing with the cooking here, we would be filling one bottle at a time, and it would go, and if you had hundreds of bottles, like I've got quite a few bottles in my inventory now. I got 2, 4, 6, 9, 10, 11 bottles and a bunch of jugs. And it was just absolutely making me suicidal almost to fill this stuff. Again, kind of like the frustration I had with Morrowind crafting and not knowing the skill levels and the materials you needed to make any particular thing. This necessity of Morrowind was just driving me up the wall with the length of time it took to fill bottles. So I did a lot of work. Anyway, I came up with, now you can fill the bottles instantly. Okay. So if you set the global in your configuration at the beginning of the game, if you can set your global that you want to fill things fast, you can. So you just hit your keg and it says fill bottles with wine. You go boom. Again, time passes, but it's behind the scenes. You don't notice it. But in real time, it's boom, done. So now the bottles and jugs are gone and they're turned into bottles and jugs of wine, which you can drink, which you can use. And I've set it up so that the Erengard mines can use these, or you can just sell them, whatever. But mostly I use them for Erengard mines to keep the miners happy. So there's that. Much better. Ashfall, well, Ashfall is just in its inception stages, so, you know, it's got a long ways to go. I'm sure there will be, I don't know, is work continuing on it? I would hope so, because it's very nice. But yeah, I think it could turn into something nicer than what we've got here, because it uses a better scripting method. Okay, here we come to woodworking, and again with this business of, well, how can I make, what can I make, blah 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 blah. So we put a book in, and this is the book I showed you that Walks in Woods has for sale. You can get that early on in the game, and you can start making things pretty soon once you get the wood and a couple of tools that you need to do it, like this wood crafting chest. You can go ahead and start making wood products. So this outlines the wood that you're going to need and any other materials to go with it, and the skill level you need in order to make things. And the wood is broken down by the type. You got your birch here. Here we need walnut in order to make a walnut bowl. Now the walnut's hard to come by itself, but the bowl is easy enough to make. So if you do have walnut earlier on in the game, you can make a walnut bowl, and it's only going to cost you 5 skill. And then of course, as time goes on, you pick the things that you're going to need that will advance your skill further, higher up in the list, but aren't going to be impossible for you to make, but are going to, you know, you're going to have the skill level to be able to make it, but you won't, you naturally won't exceed your skill level in order to try and make something that you can't. Okay, so let's make some, I've got some fur here. So let's make some fur shelving. I've got a high enough woodworking skill. I think, again, you equip the item and it shows you your skill level, which is 57/62 out of 100. And so I should have no problem making what I'm considering making. I've altered these menus a little bit. So common items, I've added, for example, raw stock to the menu, and that's where you'll find that you can make your empty spools for making threads and yarns. So I've expanded the verticality of this, if you want to put it that way. The shaft idea, this comes from Complete Morrowind. Again, something I've incorporated into the amalgamation. So Complete Morrowind's idea is that you have shafts that you are required in order to make things like spears. You know, it makes sense. A wooden shaft for say an iron spear, or a wooden anything, you know, something else that requires a wooden shaft, or something like a mining pick, which would require a wooden shaft and an iron head. So that's where the shafts comes into, and that's part of raw stock, which I've added to the menu here. But you can make kitchen utensils of various kinds, knives, forks, cups, blah, bowls and trays. That's pretty straightforward and just goes to that menu. Simple tools. Now we have a extension of the menu here. So we got hand bellows, wooden buckets, things that are not much use to you. The rolling pins are kind of useful. Brooms, muck shovels, you know, a couple of useful things there, but mostly it's just to enhance your abilities in the craft of woodworking. But then we got the whole category of storage items. So you can make chests, barrels, wall shelving, and that's what we're going to do here momentarily. We can even make bookshelves. Then furniture, of course, you've got menus and then sub-menus because there's lots of furniture. You can make many kinds of seating. You can make seating and then a sub-menu of that. You got the stools, and you have benches and chairs, and then if you go back, you can make tables out of furniture. You got your different sizes of tables, small rectangular sub-menu, and then all the various ones there. So it goes, you know, it's quite deep. It goes into quite a bit of depth. And then for beds, you're going to have the various sizes of beds and the various woods that you need, but you also are going to need cloth to make the bed linens and stuff to go with it. So some of these things require more than just wood. And then miscellaneous items. You can make wine racks, room dividers, decorative plaques. These are good for advancing your smithing skill and decorating your house if you want to. So, yeah, so we can go back and forth through the menu like that. And it's quite extensive. Lots of things you can do with woodworking. Okay, so we're going to go back and we're going to do storage items. I'm going to use fur to make wall shelving. If I can. Bookshelves, household storage, wall shelving. Here we are. Ash. Oh, I can't do fur shelving. Oh dear. I wonder if that's a shortcoming. Let's try. Can I do pine? What do the Nords have in their houses? Don't they have shelving up in Skull and stuff? Okay, furniture. Oops, no, not furniture. Storage items. Wall shelving. Yeah, here we are. Small pine. Okay, let's make a small pine shelf. Okay, so there we go. So there's your woodworking. I got some pine shelves and I ran out of pine. Now, the reason I kind of wanted to make shelves was because I'm illustrating that they have a placement. Let's see, what else do I need here? Anything? I don't think so. Let's get home. They have a placement engine on them. Again, not as good as the more recent positioning things that we find in Script Extender. Made available by Script Extender, I think, but it still works, so. So I don't know if I need anything else to go with it. It's been a long time since I've done this. But I should be able to. It should work for me, I think. Come on, let's get... Can't I... No, there we go. Okay, there we go. Ah, maybe I need my... My furniture dolly, which I still haven't changed after all this time. Lord Dagoth has kindly found a model for me to use, but I haven't changed it over yet. Okay. So our furniture dolly, we equip it and then we can install things. Here we are, reposition shelf. Okay, up. Like that. And then you can change the coarseness of your positioning and whatever. I think that is from Morrowind crafting, if I'm not mistaken. There are various kinds of positioning engines, and after trying 2 or 3 of them, I think I've settled on probably Morrowind Crafting's is the best. And now once it's positioned properly, we can install it permanently. And there you go. Now it becomes a static and we can't interact with it anymore. So you better have it in the place you want it or else you're in trouble. But I think we're going to change that too. We're going to make it so that if you equip either that thing or maybe a furniture ring like we get from the furniture merchants, we might be able to actually change a static and reposition it if it's in the way, if we find that we put it in a bad place or whatever. But there you are. That's it. Shelves. So yeah, you can go on and then of course, you know, you've seen these crates and stuff that I've got all over here. Again, that's made using the same idea. I take ash logs and some iron ingots, put them together, I get crates, and then I use my little furniture dolly here to install them permanently, and that's how I'm able to build all my storage in these places. All right, so I forgot to leave my book behind. So now the tree chopping. So how do you get the wood? Well, you can get it from merchants, and we saw Walks in Woods has such things for us, and I'm pretty heavy, probably got too much food now. Oh, and all this wine too. Let's take the eggs back out. Because they're the heaviest. And I have plenty of other food to last me. I got water in my water skin. Okay, let's go drop these things off at my handy little dandy little guar here. Got some bottles already to go, and I'll probably go up to the mine fairly shortly, but we'll do, first of all, we'll do a little wood chopping. So I'll show you. Show you some of the ins and outs of wood chopping here. Okay, so I was talking about the complete Morrowind engine for chopping things like, which used to chop the whole tree down, but now is restricted to just roots. And so by now the roots should have respawned. So I should be able to find some out here, and we'll do a few of those.
Well, I'm listening, so go ahead.
Valmora expanded. So thick pine root. So this uses a similar sort of system to mining those outdoor rocks that I was showing you, prospecting the rocks. So your skill progresses, but it's behind the scenes. You don't get to see what your skill level is. In this case, at least you don't break your axe ever, but early on in the game, if your skill level is low, you can hurt yourself. You can hit your leg by accident or just simply fail to mine the roots. And sometimes your chopping is interrupted by an animal. But now most of that shouldn't happen. So I completely chop the root and I obtain some wood from it. And the root disappears, and it will respawn, as I say, in about a year's time, theoretically. And again, time passes. Everything in this, just about everything in crafting has time passage associated with it. So we won't get roots with anything else except for pine. Maybe I came the wrong way. Now I'm in ash territory. And again, theoretically, let's drop off our proceeds so far. Again, theoretically, any chopping I do with trees, I didn't really test it on those pine trees, did it? But I'm just looking at roots for the moment. Well, this one will be. Okay, you can see that this tree has no ability to be activated. That tree has already been chopped. It is spent. Any tree you find that isn't spent, it will have the name of it pop up like that, branchy walnut. So then you equip your axe. And this is the Morrowind crafting engine. This is adapted from the mining and has been adapted to be used with trees. Same idea. So then you finish your chopping as much as you can, as much as your skill level allows. Open up the tree, take the logs out. You get a little blip, depending on which angle you're standing at. We didn't even get a blip there. But a substitution occurs, and now that tree is basically static or whatever. And you can't get anything more from it. Here's a hickory. We'll do the same thing. Chopping skill 89. Again, there's skill associated with the gathering of wood. The skill engine is built in, and we see that it's at 76/100 partial skill, and we're actually able to gather quite a bit of hickory because our chopping skill is pretty high. So the tree disappears. It's a little bit of a bobble there. Our skill goes up. And we now have logs that we have obtained by our own volition. We don't have to rely on merchants. The tree is still standing. Time does pass. Again, we look at the time. It's 2:03 in the morning. Our skill has gone up now to 86/100ths. Filch our oak. And we're actually getting quite a bit of that. That's pretty good. That means our skill is quite high. So we've got a bit of a bobble there as the model substituted, but we now see that the oak is... It's springtime color, actually, because it is spring now. And it should have been springtime color before, but I've got a lot of work to do on the working seasons into this filching engine. And there you go. My chopping skill just went up. Chopping, filching. I got to keep the two straight. Chopping is one thing. That's what you do with the roots. And filching is what you do with the standing trees. So there you go. That's how we obtain our wood. So here we've got our walnut, we've got our pine, we've got our oak, and we've got our hickory. And the stronger the tree, the harder it is to get the wood from it. So what you do, your strategy when you're starting out obtaining wood, is to start out with mushrooms, because they're the easiest ones to gather your wood from. So the parasols and things like that are going to be where your chopping skill is going to progress the best initially. All right. So then, of course, you use all that wood in various ways to make what it is you want to craft with your woodworking skill. And we'll send that down to the oh, how about if we go down now and we'll do a little bit of clothing if we can. Now will be a demonstration of the sewing skill. Oh, actually, I should start at the beginning, shouldn't I? With the raw materials needed for sewing. Let's do that.
Oh, greetings. How do you do? May we talk?
Let's see what I need. Again, I've got my materials down here in the handy dandy place. This is going to be, let's go here. Pine, hickory. Hopefully fit. And we'll put the real exotic woods up here, walnut and oak up top. And remember to return my book. So sewing. The next crafting skill we'll examine. And this is the one that's not quite finished, because as I pointed out before, and as some of you might know, I'm altering this and again adding more verticality to the craft itself, whereby in the original Morrowind crafting, to make higher end clothing you simply needed more cloth. So common clothes would be, just a couple pieces of cloth, and expensive clothes would be a couple more pieces of cloth, and then so on and up to exquisite. To my way of thinking, I felt that sewing should require, sewing higher quality items should require some adornments of some kind. So I've made it so that this integrates into what we saw earlier with the mining. So we can acquire our gems in the world at large by doing the prospecting on the outdoor rocks, or finding some merchants that might sell these, or finding some loot that might offer up gems. So my idea is gems, plus I made a whole way, and we'll explore this as I get the raw materials together. I made a whole way of making dyes, and these are not proper textures for these, but this is just in the formative stages, so bear with me the fact that blue dye looks green. So for higher end clothing items, we need gems, we need dyes, plus the cloth. And then of course with any sewing project you also need thread. So what do we got for thread and cloth here? Probably quite a bit. So I don't think I'll have any problems with raw materials quantity-wise. So now, was this from Morrowind crafting? I think it was, where you would take shears and you would cut your bolts into strips of cloth that you could use for your sewing project. So you equip the shears and then you've got an option of what kind of cloth you want to make. Well, actually, no, never mind. So yeah, let's just make some simple clothing. And looks like I do need more cloth, so we'll start at the back and work up. I'll show you the end product of sewing. So let's cut these into regular cloth squares. So we go clip, clip, clip. By the way, you can also use shears for making fletching feathers now. And maybe we'll do that in a little while. So there we go. I cut my 3 bolts of cloth into 66 regular cloth squares. Okay, good. So now I got the cloth. Now we need the thread. We also need the sewing kit. And with those 3 items, we can make common clothing. Common pants or shirts? Shirts we'll try. There's a bit of a break in this, in the sewing menus, and so I have to be careful that I don't hit a broken one or we'll get an error. But anyway, we did shirts. So there you go. Common shirts we made using cloth, thread, and the sewing kit. Now I've also made it so that occasionally you get a return on your materials, so your thread spools. So here we used up, what, 4 thread spools? And randomly we got 5. So randomly we got 1 in return. Because normally the thread spools, they would kind of, they're fragile and they would break. But every once in a while, you don't break one, so you get 1 back. And that's to just save on the tedium of having to make thread spools over and over and over again for all your projects. So every once in a while you get 1 back, so that's cool. Okay, so what about thread spools? Oh, no, first of all, okay, so what about higher end clothing? Okay, so this I'm just doing manually right now. But this is the engine that I'm working on currently to try and get it to happen automatically. Okay, so we made common. Now how about expensive clothing? Well, a piece of expensive clothing, it's going to be a little bit special. It's going to have something special on it, isn't it? So how about maybe a gem? And maybe we need a little bit of dye to give it some color. Okay, so let's make a expensive shirt again. Okay, expensive shirt. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's say. Okay. So unfortunately, again, manually, I have to take out the accessories here, but we'll take out 4 of these dies. 1 die for each piece. And we'll take out 4 gems. In this case, we got pearls. Randomly, we choose our gems, or randomly, hopefully, they'll be chosen automatically. And we take out 4 pearls. There you go. 1 die. This is the hard way of doing it, but whoops. But this gives you the idea. And allows me to keep track of what I've got in my inventory and whatnot. That I don't cheat or have stuff lying around that I don't want lying around. Okay, there you go. That's expensive. All right, so let's go up the ladder here. How about if we make something extravagant? Well, naturally, you're probably going to want double the amount. So you use more cloth, but then also the accessories, we made 4, so we're going to take out 8 dyes. And 8 of some kind of gem, in this case pearls. 2 for each item that we make. Right? And so on. So then we get to exquisite items, and in that case, of course, we take out 3 of each item, 3 dyes and 3 gems. So that's the way we're intending for that engine to all work. Excuse me. So I happen to know that exquisite is a little bit broken, so I'm not even going to go there because I don't want an error message, but there you go. We ended up with common and expensive and a couple of extravagant items, and we removed an appropriate amount of the supplements that need to go with that. All right, so that's how clothing works. Now, so we want to get we want thread. Oh dear. Well, we're out of thread. Darn it. Better make some more. So we take our thread spools and we take some raw fiber. Now the raw fiber comes from rendering, and we'll get into that, which is a cooking skill. That's another cooking skill, by the way. All right. This currently in this playthrough is wrong. It has been fixed. Currently, what I've got is some loops, like while and while loops. And I put time passage in it, but I put the time passage within the loop initially here, which is wrong. So the more stuff you make, the commensurately more time will pass in any given single operation. So if I make 1 spool of thread, hardly any time passes. But if I make 25 spools of thread, it's not 25 times that, it's exponentially more than that. So like a whole day is going to go by, except, what time is it? Except we got that pesky clock situation where, okay, it's 9:26. So if it was near midnight, it wouldn't go past midnight. But since it's 9:26 in the morning, I'll make 25 of these, and you'll see what I mean. It's now midnight, which is way more time than it should take in order to make that many spools of thread. It shouldn't take nearly that long. So as you can see, it's a bit wonky that way. But anyway, as I say, that's been fixed, and it's now more like, it's more linear, so that making 25 spools of thread takes 25 times as long as making 1 spool of thread, not like a whole day. So now it's midnight, and what do we need? Do we need to sleep now? Okay, well, let's go to Abu's, and we'll show you some of the other operations. So that was dye, or that was thread, I should say. Now here's dye. I wonder if I got enough bottles. For this, I can bring up sound effects. Oh yeah, I got bottles. So now dye. So this is a whole other engine I pretty much created, I think. Don't know if I got the idea from anywhere else, but anyway. Ooh, we don't have very much, do we? Don't have very many of the raw things, but we've got enough to make some yellow dye, and we've got enough to process some crushed fiber. So, for plant processing, well, we need to be able to light a fire. So we've got a flint and tinder kit, and we've got some kindling, which is straw. We've got scrap wood, and we've got a thresher. So we can do plant processing. Then, on the other hand, we have dye, which requires a colored flower of some kind. So we've got gold cannet for yellow dye. We've got bitter green for green dye. We've got stone flower for blue. We've got willow anther for violet, black anther for black, etc. So, in addition to needing fire materials for the utility fire, we also need water and a dye extractor. And in the case of bitter green, we would also need some charcoal to take away the bitter green toxins and make our dye nice. Except it's pouring rain here. We're not going to be able to light a fire in the rain, so let's try and find a place that doesn't have rain on it. Let's go to the tree house and see if we're lucky there. Meantime, we're eating. Did we get sleepy? I think we might got sleepy too. Maybe I should sleep. Sleep, yes, and I have a bed conveniently right here. This tree house is part of Tribute to the Community. And we have a teleport ring that we found here to get here, and this is very convenient for us to do quests related to Haldenshire, because Haldenshire has been moved in Tribute to the Community to this locale. Happens to be raining here too. Well, the heck. Okay, let's go to the relic and see if there's rain out at Last Sand. Again, the relic, part of Tribute to the Community. Here we are here at Last Sand. Before we were at the tree house, which is down here near Haldenshire. Okay, let's run outside. The weather is quite often good here. See if it's any better. Or if things are pouring like everywhere else. Pouring here too. How about back home? This may or may not work, folks. Oh! We're good here, except now we got a vampire on us, I think. Okay, meantime we're eating. And that's one thing about the the wonky engine in making your thread and yarn spools, and the time passage associated with that, is you got to watch out that you don't starve. In the meantime, you got to have lots of food on hand, because time passes so quickly, and if you make a lot all at once, you could get very, very hungry. But of course, again, that's been fixed for later versions of making thread and yarn. Okay, so here's usually a pretty good place to make a fire. So we'll make a utility fire here. And lighting a fire is a woodworking skill. Using the fire is a cooking skill. So we're going to use the fire, and we're going to process the creche that I got. I've only got one bunch that I can do. It's best processed groups of 20, it'll say. And so, however, that does give us 30 raw fibers. So these are part of the raw materials that goes into making spools of thread, raw fiber, and also yarn spools. Then I would pair that with the empty thread spools, which you get from woodworking, and that's part of that raw stock menu that I showed you. So you make your thread spools. It's a very easy thing to do in woodworking and a good way to start your woodworking career. You make your thread spools, you pair it with your rod fiber, and do it in the presence of a spinning wheel, and you make spools of full thread. Okay, so also with the utility fire now, we're going to use the fire to make dye, and we had enough here to make yellow dye. So for that, we got the fire set up, we got bottles, we got the plant itself, we got water, and we've got a dye extractor, and away we should be able to go. Now sometimes, again with like the eggs or the pottery wheel, you might get a false positive, or a false negative I should say, saying you don't have enough bottles. That's simply because the globals need to be reset. And so all you do is hit the fire a second time and it should work for you. And so now it's removed bottles, it's removed water, it's removed my gold cannet, and it's yielded dye. And by the way, the creche fiber, when I processed the creche, I got not only raw fiber, but that's also my source of vegetable starch with some leftover creche. I'm finished with the fire, so now I can put it out, collect the remains, and I've set it up so that you get wood and a little bit of charcoal. And depending on how much wood you remove is the opposite amount of charcoal that you're going to get as well. So put out the fire, collect the remains. So I get one piece of wood back, and then it'll be 3 pieces of charcoal. If it was 2 pieces of wood I got back, then I get 2 pieces of charcoal back. There you go. And that is how sewing works. And then, well, I guess I'll show you the yarn. Because eventually you're going to run out of places to buy the stuff. Maybe we'll take that to the relic. Okay, I think most of the rest goes to Abu's, doesn't it? Oh, yeah. No, starch I'll put here. For alchemy practice. I can use it to make burden potions. Okay, let's go to Abu's, I guess. And we'll put back the stuff we didn't use. We got leftover creche and gold cannet. I'll put the charcoal in here too for use with the bitter green. Got the leftover water. And we don't need the dye extractor. We're finished with fire, so we'll put back our kindling, fire kit, and our wood, and our thresher. We don't need the bottles, so bottles go in here for next time. Oops, I missed a wood. And I'll go to Tarmar and replenish the water. and Nom has arranged it so that we can only fill 4 bottles at a time. I guess it's depending on how many things you can hold in your hand. 4 bottles or 2 jugs at a time. And we're done. Okay, off to the relic, and I'll show you one more thing. For sewing, and that is the making of yarn. So this is new. I believe I invented this. Although I think Complete Morrowind had some aspect of it. But my latest incarnation and engine involves again some verticality. So you need 4 items. Well, actually you need even more than that. You need some more raw items, like from nature, which is pelts, which you get from hunting to start with. But then after that, you need 4 items in order to make spools of yarn. And then over here with a loom, you would need 2 items. You would need that yarn plus vegetable starch. Oh, crikey, I'm almost out of starch there. I should have brought my starch here. In order to make whatever you're going to make on the loom. Most probably, it will be bolts of cloth. Okay, so you start with the various furry things that you get. Now, there just isn't enough fur in the world to use them as individual pieces, and you'll see this with fletching as well. With fletching, I take racer plumes and I apply the shears to them, and 1 racer plume will yield 10 fletching feathers, because there just aren't enough racer plumes in the world to make all the arrows you want to make, even when you make them in lots and batches. So similar sort of thing here. There isn't enough fur or pelts in the world, but what I've decided is that in order to make yarn, you're going to need these 4 things. You're going to need carded fur or wool or whatever you want to call it, carded fiber. You're going to need creche fiber. You're going to need wheat straw stalks, and you're going to need the empty yarn spools. So between those 4 things going together, you will make spools of yarn. Blood Moon doesn't have enough bears and wolves for you. Yeah, actually, no, surprisingly enough, not. Because the quantities of things you're going to need, and this was dictated by Morrowind Crafting, is that you're going to need like 8 spools of yarn in order to make 1 bolt of cloth. So at that rate, you're going to need a heck of a lot of this stuff. So I found out that I was always running short. So I came up with this. So here's your carding brush. You apply your carding brush, and it says card the fur or wool into strands of carded hair. And you go yes, and you keep going until you run out. Okay, so that is comprised of wolf pelts, bat fur, and rat fur. And the rat fur comes from the vanilla game itself, actually. Remember the clutter merchant in the craftsman's hall? And he wants you to go and collect bolts of cloth, among other things, to fill up his collection. And he says that one of the bolts is made out of rat hair. So that's where I got that idea from. So, okay, well, we need rat fur for... So some of the rats now have, when you kill them, you'll see rat fur on them. And then that rat fur can then be converted into carded hair here. And as I say, also bat fur and wolf pelts also qualify. So now we've got our carded hair. We've got empty yarn spools, and again, those are part of the raw stock that comes out of woodworking. A little bit harder to make than thread spools, empty thread spools, but not that much harder. It's also a good one to practice your woodworking. Here's our straw stalks, again, such as you saw with me rendering down the creche fiber. When you render down your wick wheat, you get straw stalks and wheat flour. So that's where those straw stalks come from. And then, of course, you saw me make the raw fiber from the creche. Okay, so now we have a large spinning wheel, and you need a large spinning wheel in order to make yarn spools. Not the small spinning wheel, the large one. So now let's see how many can we make. Let's make a whole bunch again. Depending on what time it is, but I'll show you the time passage again, which is quite amusing. 12:14, so it's just after noon. So this will probably take us only to midnight, unfortunately. Maybe beyond, we'll see. I'm not positive, I'll have to check. I have enough material for 44 spools of yarn. That's limited by the carded hair that we've got. Otherwise, we've got lots of other materials. How many will you spin? Let's make 25. I think that took us just up to midnight. Yeah. So unfortunately the clock doesn't go past midnight, but maybe just as well because that's closer to what it should be. Okay, so we made 25 spools of yarn, and then we take our wheat flour, our vegetable starch, pair it with that. Starch gives it stiffness. And if our sewing skill is high enough, we can now go ahead and make bolts of cloth. But I don't have enough starch. I ran out of starch, and I'll have to go and make some more. But see, there you are, a bolt of cloth. And then we take that down and cut that up and use it for sewing. Or making beds or whatever. And again, we have a return, a higher percentage of return of these yarn spools than we do with thread spools. But it is randomized, so you get some of them back. I got about half of them back. And now I need sleep. And there's a bed right here. Six hours. There you go. Okay, well, we're getting close to the end here. I'll just briefly touch on let's see, what else do we have? We've done woodworking and tree chopping. We've done the mining. We've done sewing. We've done handcrafting. We've done cooking, and doesn't leave much. We can do fletching, I guess. So we take our racer plume and our fletching feathers. And here again is that fiber and other pelts that I have yet to convert to carded hair. And I'll take the starch and put it over there too, because it's more needed over here. And I'll take that down to the relic and use it for my yarn. But in the meantime, let's go to Tarmar, which is where I've stashed all my fletching supplies. Now there's one I'm not going to touch on, and that's jewelry making, and that's sort of its own discipline, but it's so far removed from anything else I'm doing in crafting right at the present time. Again, it's going to require gems and things like that, maybe a little bit of metal, and we can make amulets and trinkets like that, rings and so forth. But that's similar to clothing. It's got its own engine and stuff, and I don't think I have all what I need here. Let's see. Kind of short of wood. Why have I got the resins in here? That might be for bone mold arrows or something. Maybe it's bone mold arrows. Anyway, it's fletching. That again is an amalgamation because it uses the Morrowind crafting fletching, but it also, when you get to a high enough level, you have the Wizard's Islands engine built into it as well, which gives you the ability to make higher end missiles and also a different way of poisoning them, I think. Because Morrowind crafting, you can tip the arrows with things that affect extra damage to whatever you're shooting once your skill gets high enough. And I think the same thing happens with the Wizard's Islands arrows, so I've combined the two. I don't know how... It's actually, I think it's not too bad, really. I think I've gone pretty far in this in the past, but right now I haven't gone very far. It's just, problem being, there's so many arrows in the world and things. You really don't need fletching. You don't need to create your own arrows. I've got I don't know, possibly even thousands of missiles that I've acquired through loot, and a lot of them are pretty good too. Like these, you know, I got some, well, the ultimate ones, arrows of slaying, for example, but I also have like ebonite shard arrows, shafts of atrophy, gray shafts of holding, glass viper arrows, all that stuff. Not to mention the iron and bone mold and stuff that you acquire. That's all from loot. And I have hundreds more like them sitting in the relic. Plus, as you can see, I've got now the ability, the smithing ability, and I can get the materials easily enough. I can make literally thousands of throwing stars. Thousands. I wouldn't have enough place to store them all. So, you know, fletching, okay, fine if you want to. But anyway, the fletching engine, it goes like this. You take your shears and equip them. And much like we saw with the fur, we take the racer plumes and convert them into fletching feathers. So you trim the racer plume into 10 fletching feathers, and that gives you enough to actually be able to conduct the fletching operation. Now, again, because I've got so many missiles that I'm just trying to use up, and I mean, you can always just sell them, but that seems like a waste to me. But if you want to, you can do your fletching, and I'm not very far advanced in this because I haven't done much, because I don't feel I need to. But I'm actually not bad. I'm at 33. I don't think I'll be able to make anything because I don't have any wood with me. You need 12 bone meal to make bone mold paste. So yeah, again, you're going to need various. You're going to have the proper materials and everything in stock for doing that. But at least, you know, now I've got lots of fletching feathers. I got over 500 of them. I got my fletching notes here. I got resins for making chitin or bone mold or whatever they're for. Again, needs to be balanced better, but it can be done. And our book shows us the kinds of things we can make. And we have the 2 fletching kits, one for the basic and one for the more advanced fletching. So we can start with cork ball bolts and arrows and things like that, get up to bone mold, and then with our more advanced, we can make like Dwemer and ebonite and things like that. And it follows, I think, the slightly different engine that comes with the Wizard's Islands. which is now part of Balmora Expanded, I should say, because the sisters over here in their shop, the Farp sisters here, they sell the materials and provide the tools needed in order to do Wizard's Islands type fletching. So that was taken from Wizard's Islands, and whoever made Balmora Expanded copied it and put it here. Farp Sisters Fletcher Shop. So there we go. So there you go. I think we're going to stop there. I'll do a little bit of time passage here. Actually, no. One other thing I wanted to do, and I'll show you how time passes with my...
Go ahead, Outlander. What do you know?
Some more gathering. Another part of the gathering process. Take my guar. And we'll go up to the mine. I'll drop off the wine and stuff, and I'll show you the gathering situation. And I thought I would do that now because stores aren't open yet. So we'll do some time passage by collecting stuff in the river.
May you find me.
There's a crow over there. Wilderness mod, I think. I'll get my guar to stay here, and we'll incinerate some pack Nix hounds. And the guard is just going to stand there. These are really, really scary at the beginning of the game, but right now they're just an annoyance. I don't even think I'm going to collect the hound meat off of them this time. I'm just going to fry them and leave them. Oops. Make bloody sure I don't shoot the guard. That's another one I'm interested in exploring. I can hardly wait to see where Tirthalor takes us now that I've got some really good weapons and stuff. I've started that already. Area of Tirthalor. And it looks like it could be an interesting quest mod. So I'm riding my guar now. We're going up to Erengard Mine. I'll make my liquor delivery. Grief, I got something there, I don't know what it is. Shine and Mazty, wines, Cyrodiilic wine, and beer. mighty blows so I can carry it all. Stick it in the big barrel so the miners can be happy and have some drinks.
Well, hello there.
Okay. Oh, shoot. Forgot my money. Proceeds of the mine.
An honor, to be sure.
Holy smokes, I've got quite a bit there. It's been a while since I've been here, obviously. Keep a little bit in there for wages. I'll let my guar carry it. It's too heavy for me. Walk this way and kill the owlet if it attacks. Okay, so final stage of this demonstration is showing you the gathering process, which is a good way to start your handcrafting skill by just simply picking things from deposits that lie around. Now, in the original Morrowind crafting, there was only salt and clay. I decided to also add salt deposits so that we have a logical place to get salt in the world at large, again, rather than just relying on merchants for the salt to magically appear from out of nowhere. But here we actually have salt in a deposit which we can use to both collect the material and also advance our skill when we're at very low handcrafting levels. So I'm not going to get much here. There's about half a dozen banks or more, maybe 8, in 3 of the main rivers here along the Odai, and the one up by Saran, and one up by Nisus. And again, you have to activate each individual time you want to gather something, but notice that, again, my handcrafting skill is 89, and my skill in handcrafting is too high to learn anything from such a simple task, so I gather the sand casually, so my skill is not going to go up. But I am going to get the materials. And time is going to pass. Not as much time as it would be if I was, say, making bottles or something, but a little bit of time. So now, as you can probably see, I think, the sky is pretty light now. Oh, load, load, load. And lunchtime is coming up. As you can see, time is passing. We've gone through the whole morning, and it's now close to lunchtime. And it looks like I am sleepy. But I wanted to do that little operation to get time to pass because I wanted to do one final fun thing here before we quit for the day. Not crafting related, but security related. And now that I'm pretty good at security, I can go ahead and do it. I don't think I've done it before. So we'll endeavor to do it now. And we back our guar into the parking spot. So there we go. Now we've got a quantity of money. And a quantity of clay, which I'll use at the Pottery Wheel in the Rose Cottage, and a quantity of sand, which I'll use here for making bottles or whatever, and also some salt, which I'll use for cooking. There we have it. Okay, so now let's go to the relic. Save it up again. Try this quick little thing, see if we can do it. Or if we've already done it, I don't know. So we've got all this Dark Brotherhood stuff. We've got Greaves, we've got Gauntlet, Pauldron, Helmet, Crass, and another Gauntlet. That should be it, right? Oh no, I need boots too. Boots. So there we go. I think I've got a full set of Dark Brotherhood armor. Crass, Greaves, boots, helm, pauldron, gauntlet. Okay. Now we flip over to Millie's here and see if I've got...
Do
Hi,
you
lady.
want something from me?
Yeah, it's locked still, so I don't think I've done this yet. Okay, so we do our best to hide here. Behind the pillar. I'll put on my... I'll even put on my open shirt just to really ring home this success of this operation. And I think I came up with a bunch of chameleons, and I'm going to use one of these up. I've got 10 chameleon superbs. Put a chameleon's quality. And I'll sneak, and I'll take off my cuirass so I can sneak better. And so now with my helm on, I can telekinesis to the door. I'll cast open shirt. I'll equip a pick. Master lock pick should do. Open the door. Don't get caught. Good job. We're in. Oh, I took off my shirt, didn't I? Here, put the strong shirt back on for fortify strength. And we meet her, Venomora. I don't know where she comes from, but kind of fun. Please, I need your help. I'm not safe here. There's a man trying to kill me. During the night, I was awakened to a man trying to kill me while I slept. I managed to escape with few injuries and only what I was wearing and managed to grab on the way out. I cannot face that man again. A man wearing a full suit of dark leather armor has been after me since I first arrived here. I can feel him awaiting me in ambush. Currently, I can only stomach this closet and light places while I find some way to safely leave the city. I think he knows I'm here. I can't stay too long. I need a disguise to flee the city. I stopped here in Balmora to rest my new adventuring legs. I booked lodgings at the first place I saw, a bar near the Siltstrider. I collapsed in the bed and had a fitful sleep I always have. My nightmares turned real when I woke to find a man trying to kill me with my own sword. I need a disguise that would allow me to continue my travels without harm. If I looked like the assassin sent after me, I think I could leave the city and continue my travels unmolested. Of course, this would require you to either kill the man or one of his kin. I have little money to reward you. Should you be willing to help? Will you help me flee the city? Yes, I will. Oh, I thank you so much. I'll try to make it worth your while. What do you need to flee the city? I'm frightened and defenseless. The seamstress will have nothing to do with me, and the guards will throw me in prison if I attempt to steal a disguise again. Admittedly, I am a poor thief. You have the full disguise? Oh, thank goodness. I was starting to hear things. Tell me, are you willing to give up the armor in exchange for a gem I've been holding on to for ages? Yes, okay, so she recognizes that I do have the full suit of Dark Brotherhood armor. And that's her disguise. I returned to Venomora with a disguise she is happy with. So excited was Venomora that she tore off her outfit in a hurry, handing me the clothes one by one. In the secret pocket next to her breast, she carried a keepsake, a soul gem of significant value. While Venomora was getting into her disguise, the lights went out. Something hit my elbow hard as she brushed past me into the room. I heard the sounds of struggling, and before my eyes could adjust, I found both her and the assailant gone. The only remaining evidence is the skirt apparently torn off her body. What became of her, I do not know. There you go. So now I have Venomora's skirt and some kind of a gem. A skooma eater, 1131. I don't know if that's the end of the quest. I've never met her again in all my travels. But that's the fun part of having the Dark Brotherhood armor. I should also add that there are times when there's deficiency in... Oh, this is a full suit of armor. Oh, she gave me all the armor. As well as the skirt. Oh. I forgot about that part. That's probably the point of that little quest, was to get a nice suit of unique armor. There's a bit of a deficiency insofar as with Morrowind crafting you can get at the merchants. You have to go to the merchants in the original to get your wood and salt, things like that. But now you can gather those in the wilderness. and gems too. But it didn't have where you could get cloth and dye on a regular basis. You could get cloth, of course, from pawnbrokers and maybe hit on it that way, and a little bit of loot here and there. But I thought it should be something that would, like the other materials, would show up on a regular basis. So I put some of these helpers in to the sewing merchants. So in this case, Millie has her daughter Geraldina here helping out, and her daughter will sell you dyes, cloth, thread, a sewing kit, and a bolt of cloth. I wanted to do it that way rather than give her the ability to sell it, because you can isolate the types of items better that way. If I had her selling miscellaneous items, I'd get all of her cups and bowls and everything else that's in the room that belongs to her. This way I can isolate it and just have her sell stuff out of a crate or whatever that belongs to her, and it only becomes the sewing material, which I won't buy right now, and that's good enough. I think we're good. So that's it. I'm going to perhaps, let's see, where's that? Yeah, let's go and put this clothes away into the clothing shop. And that's one good thing: when you make your own clothes, you can stock the clothier here, and if you've got high quality clothes, you can make quite a bit of good money here. So that's one of the reasons to pursue sewing as a skill. Plus my assistant has made a bunch of stuff too. But yeah, so I hope you enjoyed our little tour of the crafting, and I think that's pretty much gets all the pluses, the minuses, the ups, the downs, the features, and the features yet to be. You can see it's quite extensive, and I say I haven't touched on the jewelry, but that follows a similar pattern to what you see in the other handcrafting, for example. Just need the right skill level and the right materials and the right knowledge to know what it is you're going to make. Oh, that's probably my skirt. And extravagant. My skirt comes off when I ride the guar. The skirt and boot and shoes come off, because there's a couple of items that are built into the guar riding that substitute. Okay, let's go off to Tarmar, see if I have a full suit. Oh, I don't have anything. Okay, let's try a booze. That's odd. I thought I had something in here. Maybe it's with my other character. Okay, so I have all the... What is this stuff? This was the ice armor. This is a set of Imperial. This is Dead Rose, which is very similar to Venemora. Let's see what it looks like. And we need the skirt. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. Nice. There we have it. stand by the fire and keep nice and warm. A lot better than the weather in Alberta that we've had lately, the last week. Oh, do I need to have a bath again? Yeah, I guess I do. And I also need to sleep. So we'll sleep, we'll have a bath, we'll have a meal. I really should find a way. I should put I don't know why I don't have a container that I put into Tarmar and fill it full of my soap up there. I have to go back. All the way back to Balmora here in order to get my soap. That seems dumb. This time I will put on Tiger's Tail and I'll probably go and do some adventuring of some kind. Okay, so the next time we meet, I'll put a crate in here or a barrel or even just an urn, and I'll make it my own little private stash of soap here. I could stick something in the corner there. Thank you for joining me today, guys. I hope it was entertaining or educational or illuminating or at the very least not too incredibly boring. But I'm pretty pleased with the way the crafting is all worked out and will continue to work out and get fleshed out and balanced and evolved.